Hello, everybody. Hey, we are live. This is the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. My name is Vic Gager, and I will be joined soon with Brian coming on his way in here. This is our $30,000 prize pool guarantee free roll. We got this kicked off on Friday. We had a flight on Friday, 2 flights on Saturday. Top 10% from each flight moved on to today, the restart. And here you go, 20,000 starting stack, 20-minute levels, $30 rebuys. And we wound up with 54 people getting seated today. However, there were 4 double bags, and I'll go over that in a little bit. But the double bag bonus was $200. The min cash today, $150, and the top prize is going to be $6,310. 50 million in chips in play. And I can tell you we've got some decent stacks here on this feature table. It'll be the final table. We still have 3 other tables in the main room, and table 12, Ray Brent and a couple of other notables, Jeff Wilkie. It's almost like most of the chips are on one table right now on table 12. So we're going to see some exciting action here. And again, we are 9-handed. We'll continue to balance these tables with this table with the other tables, just like we do in our regular tournament play. But let's get kicked off right away. Hand number 1 with the blinds at 25 and 50 with a $25,000 ante. And we're going to kick things right off with Ken getting pocket 9s. And you can see the chip counts for this feature table. And Caroline coming in here with 2.3. Ken with 2.7. No challengers there for his pocket 9s, so he's going to take down the big, the small, and the ante. Got a couple of notables here as well. The chosen one, a.k.a. Tyler. We got Evan, Brandon, young Brandon here, and then Ken and Paul. Paul donning the very festive hat. He's been wearing that all weekend. Looking good, Paul. And Rick, then Carrie, and I mentioned cue ball. This has been a fun event. This is our kickoff to our winter series. The winter series starting tomorrow, and we'll go over more of that action. Go to thereservepoker.com and you can check out all of our tournament information, particularly coming up this week, the big winter series that culminates in a $100,000 prize pool guarantee tournament. Now the chosen one, a.k.a. Tyler, picking up ace-jack in position on the button. This is going to be the moment he decides to push all in. Don't blame him. He's got just $263,000. And now Brandon with pocket 8s. And Brandon's going to make the call, so the chosen one's tournament life at stake here. Minimum payout today was $150. We are coming to this feature table with 39 players. Currently the payout, I believe, is $200. And a jack right in the window, but some outs there for Brandon. Oh, now 6 outs for Brandon. And that's not one of them. So the chosen one going to double up here and get to $500,000. And we'll get our player audio here in just a minute.
No, James forgot to turn it on, so we don't have any player audio for about 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes we'll have we'll get the player audio going, and I want to thank everybody for joining us so far. Nice turnout here on the chat. We've got Todd, who was the first one to get his like button. Appreciate that. And Max, and Justin. And we've got Superfood Smoothie, Marge Lee making her way safely back from Traverse City. Sounds like you had a good time at the hockey tournament. And Alan. So hotel recommendations near the reserve. There are a number of places not that far away. I don't think, other than, I don't want to call out any names, but other than the smaller ones, any of the other major ones are very good. Holiday Inn Express, Hampton, And those are not far away at all from the reserve. So if you're coming into town and you check out any of those hotels, can't really think of a bad one. As the Wizard mentions here, anything on Dussel in Maumee or Spring Meadows in Holland, all of those are good. Evan's sitting down now with 765,000, getting moved from the main room. Ryan checking in. And all the way from overseas, Chris, a.k.a. Boots. So glad you can find the time to get on the chat board here, and I hope things are well over there, Chris. Thank you again for your service, and hope you're going to make your way back to Toledo sometime soon. Larry D in the house. Again, the blinds now 25, 50, and 25,000. What did I say, Evan? Evil. Seat 2. Making sure we get these counts right. In the small blind. Brandon would need all in to call there, deciding not to. Now Ken with pocket 4s. Substantial chip count here for Ken. 2.8 million. And he's not going to protect that big blind, so Evil's going to net $100,000 on that hand. Basically the small, the big, and the ante. And Kiwi Colleen, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. We had really busy time here Friday and Saturday, the 2 flights on Saturday. And Saturday evening was really the only time that we had alternates, and they moved through the alternates quite quickly. So in total, we had 575 entries. 58 making it to day 2, but 4 of those 58 are double bags. So we started the day with 54 players. And right now, as you can see up in the upper right-hand corner, we are down to 34. Going to remain 9-handed. We're going to do a redraw at 27. And then we're going to be 10-handed for the final table. But we need to get through 24 players here before we get to the final 10. And I will be here. Brian is on his way in. Brian and I will be here until we crown a champion. Level 17. You can see that $200 payout until we get to 27th place, which will be $250. Cue ball. This is right in his range. Sitting on a good stack right here. Let's see if he's going to come in with a raise. Decides, nope. Going to see if some of these other smaller stacks can take each other out. All right, here it is. King Jack, 115,000. He needs 50,000 to call, so he's going to choose this time to push all in. In the cutoff, quick fold from Ken. Paul lets go of 9-6. And Rick makes the call with ace-10. So a favorite here with the ace-10 of hearts. This is going to be Brandon's tournament life at stake. And here comes the flop from young Patrick. All hearts. And that's going to be it for Brandon. And Nick's going to improve his stack by 140,000. Rick is, excuse me. And now we're down to 33. And I know that Brandon worked hard at this. He really wanted to do well in this tournament. I dealt to him several times. I believe he did participate in all 3 flights. And the way this tournament was run, in case you weren't aware, with the free roll, you step up to the cage and you get your first $20,000 in chips free. Then you do a dealer add-on that gets you another $20,000. And at any time that you are at or below $40,000, prior to the end of registration, you could add to your stack another $20,000 for $30. So you could always up your stack to $60,000. And then at the break, the main break, the dinner break of each of these 3 flights, you had the option to add 20 for 20 or 40 for 40. Typically when we have a multi-day tournament, you'll notice, or even a one-day tournament where we're at 8, 9 million. A little bit different this time. You're going to see a lot of chips on the table because there are 50 million in play right now. Brad checking in saying, let's go, Sean. We will have if you just joined us, we will have the player audio here in about 15 minutes. The chosen one. Ace King. Min click. Under the gun, 100,000. Also an ace for evil, but he lets it go. Suited king here for Ken. Currently the chip leader here at this feature table. And being 9-handed, we are still at 4 tables. And I can tell you before I came in, they came in right after a break and a color up, and sure enough, seats started to open pretty quickly. Cue ball is going to protect his big blind here. 10-8 of hearts versus ace king. And a heart draw and a gut shot here for cue ball. He's going to check at chosen one, coming out with a continuation bet. Hits top pair with a king kicker. Bets 75,000. And now 5 of spades. Cue ball looking for some help. Doesn't get it with the 3 of diamonds. The check mark to the chosen one with ace king. And they're going to go check, check to showdown. So the chosen one takes that down. As you can see, we are down to 4 total tables, including the one here in the live room. And we're down to 32 players. We will be doing a redraw 27, some familiar faces there. At these final 3 tables, Buddha there at table 11. Jeff Wilkie, Ray Brent at table 12. Adrian Martinez at table 12. You just saw him the other night on the Cash Game live stream. And Alex Erd at table 11. Just calling out the ones that I could see real quickly. We'll continue to give you shots of the tables, and at some point table there in the main room, so you can see if your chosen horse is still in the game. And yeah, Mr. Coffee, this is the free roll. This is the day 2 feature. Going to a final table at some point. Rick now picks up Queen Jack in the cutoff, and he's going to raise to 125. Carrie on the button with 9. She's going to call. Cue ball gets out of the way. Back over to the chosen one in the big blind. Needs 75,000 to protect that big blind. Suited ace. Ace 4 clubs. And he's going to make the call, so we're going to go three-handed. 425 in the pot. Chosen one first to act. Not much there, but top pair queen kicker. And a gut shot to the straight. And now open-ended for Carrie with her pocket 9s. Rick comes out 300,000. So she makes the call. The ace 4 gets out of the way, and here we go to the turn. 5 of clubs. And Rick's going to push all in here. He's going to look to take this down right now. Carrie would be drawing on her open-ender, and it would require her more than half her stack to make the call, and she's going to let it go. And he's going to show and take down a profit there of 600,000 in chips. In the meantime, I've got Nick, a.k.a. Tarantula Nick, joining me in the booth. How you doing, Nick?
Good, Nick. How are you, buddy?
Very well, very well. Yeah. We don't have any player audio right now. We'll have it in about 10 minutes or so, and we've just gotten started here with our featured table. Down to 32 players. You were here bright and early to get things set up and start dealing today.
Not today. Not today.
Oh, you didn't?
Nope.
Oh, I thought you were dealing. Okay.
Nope. I thought we started at 3. I thought we were starting at 3, so I left you hanging for an hour.
Okay.
There. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I got a sneak peek of our table, though. I like the lineup.
Yeah, it is.
Excited for that.
Very good lineup, and I can see here in the background now. I think we've got the player audio.
Yeah. There we go.
So I can see the back of my head, right?
Paulie, saw Q and Carrie. Excited for this lineup.
Got T-Bold said he came in and came so close in Flight C, busted with 3 tables left. Ricky Billows joining us.
Look at this. Rick opens with King 10 off. Gets a call from Q with 5 deuce of clubs.
Jack, 3 players.
I didn't even notice they got Evan in the 3 seat too. Yeah, what a featured table.
Yeah.
Queen 5 deuce. Q does flop the best of it.
Check.
And with Rick and Evil sharing cards.
125. Bet 125.
A quick 125 here from Q. And almost as quickly a fold from Evil. Rick just took down a nice pot there, 600,000. But he's going to let it go.
Yeah, he's only got 1 overcard and a backdoor flush draw. Can't blame him for getting out of the way there.
So I was commenting about with the add-ons and the rebuys that we had for this 3 days, 3 different 2 days, 3 different flights. There's 50 million in play right
Yeah,
now. There's a lot of chips out there.
What did they start the blinds at today? Do you know? There was a lot of discussion about that, and I didn't get an answer.
10-20.
10-20?
10-20.
10-20.
It ended up being as close to 2% of the average stack as I could go. So
Okay.
the average stack was a little over 900. I think it was 930 something when we started. So I did 10-20.
Yeah, there was like you said, so many chips in play that there was a lot of discussion about what the blinds would be. You know, typically on our day 2 tournaments, we come back somewhere like 4-8 or 5-10, and we knew that wouldn't be possible with all these chips in play today. So there was a lot of questions about that. Carrie opens this up. Ace-7 offsuit, opens to 150, 3 big blinds. Carrie, our Queen of Hearts winner yesterday, pulled the King of Hearts for $100. It was exciting. I really thought she was destined to win it.
I heard so many people say that when her name got drawn for the drawing, because she will be the first one to tell you, "Oh, I don't win anything," and we know that's not true.
So she was at my table, right?
Yeah.
And she busted and wanted to rebuy, got into her purse, and realized that while she was in line, she had dropped a couple $100 somewhere. She just lost it. She couldn't find it, right? And then 5 minutes later, I deal her first ever straight flush, or first ever royal flush.
Oh.
She said she'd been playing 30 years. She got her first ever royal.
Oh my goodness!
And then 5 minutes later, they pull her name, the Queen of Hearts. It's like, oh my gosh, she's just destined to win this thing, you know? And then she pulls the King of Hearts, ultimate sweat.
Yeah. So every Saturday, the Queen of Hearts, and right now the prize pool over 17 million, or I mean 17,000, or over 18. I'm so used to saying millions here.
I think it's just under 18.
Just under 18,000, and we will do that again this Saturday. $1 per ticket. Buy as many as you want.
So just a few hands ago, we saw Evil in the big blind with King Jack offsuit. He checked his option after Q had called. I really thought he was going to put in a raise there.
Yeah.
He chose to just see the flop for free. Now on the button, he's raising up to 175 with the same hand.
And Ken, the chip leader here at this feature table, is going to protect his big blind, and here comes the flop. 3-3-8 rainbow. Advantage to the aggressor.
Check.
Ken does not like to be pushed around.
125.
125 from Evil.
Feeler bet. And it's
Get it
enough.
done, yep.
Yep, takes it down.
Ken can be very sticky sometimes in those situations. He doesn't like to let go of his money.
Now, you know, we see it, and as you can see, there's a table opening up. That's because today, Sunday Fun Day, we still have our C-Note game going on at 3 o'clock today, and that's a $100 buy-in. We do that every Sunday at 1 o'clock. We just pushed it out to 3 o'clock because of the day 2 for this. But I was going to talk about that flop, you know, where you've got a pair out there on the flop, and oftentimes, particularly multi-handed in the early levels, as a dealer, you can almost count on everybody checking right around.
Yeah. Yeah, in the early levels.
At the early levels.
Yep.
And I brought that up for that reason, because typically when you're at this level, you can't necessarily afford to do that. You've got to put something out there, and if somebody comes over the top big time, then okay, you let it go.
Right.
But in this case, it was the right thing to do with that continuation bet, even though there was a pair out there, because you got the chance to take the pot down, and instead of waiting for an ace to come on the turn, and then you're playing from behind.
Yeah, these big blinds are just so valuable at this point. You know, you have to fight for every pot. You can't just let it go like you can in those early levels where chips are so valuable right now. We're going to see Tyler. You know, Tyler is a very experienced late-stage tournament player. We'll see him fight for some pots here early, I imagine. Evan's all in. Pair of jacks.
It's all poison. It's all poison.
Gets by the small blind. Going to get by the big blind. He's going to take down this pot from the button.
I watch these people like drink these Monster energy drinks and shit and just crash.
Sean, I want to thank you for that comment. Sean says, thanks, guys, for putting on this free roll for all of us. You guys are the best. Can't wait for the games to begin this week. The Winter Series starting tomorrow. And Rick Hutchinson, I didn't realize you were here last night, although, man, it was just, the room was so packed. And time again, particularly on a break, I'd turn around and see someone there. I didn't know you were here.
Yeah, no, it's funny you said that. So Alex Erd, I guess, the first night made it down all the way down to 2 tables, and I never saw him the whole day.
Yeah.
He was telling a story about how he busted late and said he had 1 million chips, and then 3 hands later they were gone. I was like, man, I never even saw you. We were so busy. I think, what was it? 176 the first flight, 181 the second flight, and well over 200 last night.
Yeah. So it was 18, 18, and 24?
22. So
22.
it was
22.
the numbers were 181, 176, and 218.
218. Yeah. 218. So 54 players starting out today at 1 o'clock.
And what was the min cash today?
150 was the min cash.
$0 buy-in, guys.
Top prize 6,310.
If you didn't say nothing, you would have been going.
Ken just calls from the button here after Evil calls as well from the hijack.
Blinds have gone up.
What happened to
Now the big blind wakes up with 6s. We are at 30-60 now.
It was Delilah before Eve.
185 goes to just over 3 big blinds. You got 2 limpers in there. It's a great spot to squeeze. These guys are in late position. If they had premium hands, they're going to put in raises. They're not going to limp behind.
Right.
Very good play from Rick. I mean, you can see there he did have a pair, but really in that situation, from the big blind, 2 limpers behind you, any 2 suited cards, I'm putting in a raise there.
Yeah.
You know,
You could do that with 9, 6 of spades.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. I agree. And that is Buddha with his back to us there on table 11. Alex Erd, we just mentioned him.
Oh, he
Ray
did get in
Brent,
nice.
Jeff Wilkie, Adrian Martinez, Jose.
To live a year longer, 2 years longer, who gives a shit?
Number of familiar faces out there, but boy, did we see a lot of new faces the last 3
yeah, we
days.
sure did. It's like a whole new room almost.
I
Yeah.
would just prefer to eat real food.
Adrian made it all right.
You're not holding your weight.
Now Q wakes up with 9s under the gun, first to act here. 30-60 are the blinds. He's playing
Are you running the marathon?
almost $1 million.
You know, I never heard of pickleball until I got here.
Just a call here.
We don't have pickleball.
See Tyler folds one of his 9s.
It's like a
It's a
solid
wiffle
panel.
ball. It's a wiffle ball.
Yeah, I was watching at the YMCA. It looks like they're playing badminton.
It's growing.
We've
like
seen
crazy.
Evil do this before. I don't think he's limping. I think he's gonna. And am I wrong? No, I might be wrong.
Yeah.
I think he just limps in
He
as
just.
well.
I thought he was.
Evan will not have this.
No. Ace Queen with just 11 or 12 big blinds to go, so he's going to push all in with Ace Queen.
Oh, one more person.
Ken folds 3s there.
Redraw, right?
Yeah, we got one more person we got to redraw. For seats. Final
Now,
30
Q is just a complete wild card. I have no idea what he's going to do here.
Well, we talk about the early levels versus the late levels. We're about to do a redraw at 27. If this is level 4 or 5, cue ball's pushing
Yeah,
all in
Yeah, without any
with a
thought
player
of it.
behind him.
Yep.
But this is a different level, and I believe Q has that poker acumen to recognize where he's at right now.
He does make the call.
He does make the call.
Evil folds his 5-3. Let's remember a 9 went in the muck. Also remember Ken folded 3s here.
Off to the races is right.
Be a huge pot for Q. A huge pot either way.
Oh, an ace right in the window. And he needs the lone 9.
Wow, 5-3 of clubs. Evil's sick over there. Look at him. Look at him. He's sick.
he's buried his face in his hands over there. But he's not making that call.
No, can't.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda, right?
Yep. Give credit to Q there with the dead money. He was getting more than the right price to make that call.
Anastasia joining us. Hey, Anastasia. Hope you're doing well. Hope to see you sometime this week for one of the 4 tournaments we have in the first 3 days of this week as part of the Winter Series, and then culminating in the $100,000 prize pool main event. Getting some, oh, there's smoke over there. Looks like he's hovering over his chips like he doesn't want anybody to come near him. Like a dog over its food bowl.
So they all hit a car.
And Brian, thank you very much for that comment. Not another club that cannot compete with that level. We appreciate that comment very much and your support always.
Gotta be 120.
Looks like a man up, I apologize.
Range 120. Fold.
All right, so Ken here from the hijack raises it to 120. That is a min raise now. We're going to see more and more of that as we head forward. Now Q is on crumbs here. Makes the call for 120. Chooses not to go all in.
10 million.
He's going to leave 95 behind, it looks like.
95 or 65?
Oh, he's the big blind, so yep, it's going to be 65.
Yeah. Kubal looking to make a comeback here. Got an
There
ace
it
right
is.
in the window, and Ken with a jack. So a snap all in here,
Q in good position to double
and
up.
a snap call here from Ken. Cue Ball's tournament life at stake. 28th place possibility, or basically a triple up.
There you go. Q right
Oh,
back
and
in
he
the ball
dodges
game.
the outs, and
That's a flush.
new life here for Q.
65.
65?
Yep.
Still very short stack, but one double up and he's right back in there now. You remember offhand what Tyler started the day with, or the featured table with?
He was, I want to say he was around about where he is right
Right
now.
now.
So I think he's kind of gone up and down.
He lost a big one. The second to last hand of the day he bagged. He could have started day 2 with the chip lead almost. He lost a huge pot right as we were getting ready to bag up. Which he lost to Jules. So Jules had a healthy stack coming into day 2.
Yeah, well, he started the day with 308,000.
Yeah, he gave like the very last hand he played the 2 million chip pot, or second to last hand. He got kings. Jules had ace queen. They got it all in pre-flop. Jules flops the queen and then rivered the queen for. I'm pretty sure it was. Well, what did Jules start with? 1.8, something like that. Looks like we are gonna redraw for seats.
Yes, it takes us 7 minutes to get it all swapped over.
Okay, this is the redraw at 27 that we mentioned. We will continue to stay 9-handed with these 3 remaining tables, and then we will go to 10-handed when we get to the final table. But let's talk about this big week right in front of us, and it seems like ages ago we announced this, and here we are with the 2025 Winter Series. Event number 1, the double green chip bounty. This is a $10,000 prize pool, guaranteed $160 buy-in. Everybody loves bounty tournaments.
It's gonna be a fun one.
Going to be a fun one, and
It will be live streamed as well.
Yeah, we will be live streaming this tomorrow evening. We'll go to a featured table at some point, and then be here with a final table, because this is a trophy event. So
they all are, right? Yeah.
yeah, we want
Lots of
to show
trophies up for
trophy
grabs.
event. And then the second event is the tag team event, $250 buy-in. And as we mentioned before, Dominic and I are going to be in this tag team event. This is going. We've already got our. Look, I already got my ticket. We're already registered. And again, if you want to stop in today to pre-register for any of these, you can go ahead and do that. And one, I think you hoped you could have played this High Roller Freeze Out.
I am playing this.
You are playing
am
it.
playing it.
All
Yeah,
right,
I
good
am
segue. $500 buy-in, and it's a true freeze out.
I'll be there as well.
And
Can't
so
wait.
will the Wizard. And that's a $20,000 prize pool guarantee, which means in the first 3 days of this series, we are guaranteeing $50,000. And just this past free roll guaranteed $30,000. So much going on, but also Wednesday, 2 tournaments. The second one starting at 5 p.m. is a round by round. Another one you'd like to play in, right,
Yeah.
Nick?
Hopefully I can't play in it. Hopefully I'm still in the high roller, but yeah, hopefully.
But this is a 8 max no limit hold'em, and then every 2 levels it switches over back and forth between no limit hold'em and PLO deep stack. $100 buy-in. This is a fantastic value, and
What a good opportunity. If
Yeah.
you don't get to play PLO a lot, $100, folks. And every other level, every 2 levels, you get to mix it up with hold'em. What a great opportunity for $100. Come in, learn some PLO.
yeah, I agree. If you think you've got a strong no limit hold'em game and you've dabbled a little bit in PLO, this is the way for
Perfect
$100
opportunity,
to
yeah.
expand your horizons a little bit. And there are the 2025 main event $100,000 prize pool guarantee. Keep note of these times: 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. 2 flights each day, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The top 10% advancing to day 2. The day 2 restart will be Sunday, the 19th at 12 p.m. 2 things to note here. Next Sunday on the 19th, we, of course, will also have our C-Note, our Sunday Fun Day tournament. And also on Saturday, the Queen of Hearts, which has now come very close to $18,000 with, I believe, 12 cards left. There's 1 joker left, which is 10% of the prize pool, and the Queen of Hearts is still in there. But you could come to the day 1, the 11 a.m. and start buying tickets then, and stick around. We will have that drawing next Saturday at 7 p.m.
Yeah, I mean, expect a packed house, guys.
Yes.
Jim, we're doing the seniors event on Sunday or no?
We do not have one scheduled.
So just the C-Note on
The
Sunday.
C-Note.
Just the C note.
Yeah.
We're going to do $100.
Sunday Fun Day.
Yeah,
Sunday
there was no reason not to do it, but
Right. Just
we
like
just didn't schedule one.
Yeah, just like today, where we've also have the Sunday Fun Day, and I saw some familiar faces coming in, particularly for that. You go to thereservepoker.com, and you can get all of that information, and once the series is over, that website continues to be updated, and I want to draw some attention to that schedule. Keep an eye on Tuesdays, because Jim and Marissa have been mixing things up on Tuesday nights.
It's so much fun. I'm so glad I work Tuesdays right now.
Yeah.
It's been so much fun.
It is so much fun. We've had Pineapple Tournament this past weekend. We had the PLO Tournament. I'm not sure. I'd have to go in and see what's in store a week from this Tuesday, but trust me, it's going to be switched up every Tuesday, just making things a lot of fun and expanding things for folks so that they can try out different games, different tournaments, and different entry levels.
I got to talk to Jim and Marissa. I want a mixed game tournament in there some week. You know, like a deuce to 7, then a stud, like round by round thing.
Oh,
I got to put together a structure for them.
okay.
Make it easy.
All right.
I just want to say something. I was just doing some quick mental math. So we have 180,000 in guarantees, plus the high roller, or plus the PLO.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking at almost $200,000 worth of, well over $200,000 worth of prize pools just this week alone.
Right. Right.
Where else? Where else? Vic?
Where else? And it's only going to get bigger and better. This is tear in our eye. This is going to be the last series in this facility we've been in almost 4 years, and the expansion is right around. The opening is right around the corner, and to that end, look for just all kinds of things coming your way once we get into that new facility.
Yeah, I can't wait. I have purposely not been down there. I don't want to see anything until we open. I can't wait.
Marissa and I were just having that conversation about, people are asking about colors and designs and stuff, and say, don't spoil it. It's
Yeah,
going to be so
I
much
haven't
fun
seen
just to walk
anything
in
yet.
and boom,
Yep.
there it is, like Christmas morning. Yeah. Well, we've got some big stacks coming our way here.
Oh, boy,
Now
boy.
onto this table. Ray, 3.6 million, and we've seen Ray run deep in many, many of our big tournaments and our big series, and sure enough, true to form, 3.6 million. We did the redraw. Jose coming here with 2 million.
Yeah, what a featured table.
Ray, 175.
First hand after the redraw, and Rick's going to pick up ace 10. Mike D, always a crowd favorite, going to call the raise with queen jack suited. He's got clubs.
Get locked up with security. If anyone has a phone or a smartwatch, it's gonna get locked up with security.
Oh, Kyle with queen jack here in the big blind. Him and Mike sharing cards. Makes Rick's position even better.
Needs less than 10% of his stack to protect here.
Call.
And he's going to do that. So we're going to go three-handed to the flop. We've got some sharing going on. And young Eric in the box now bringing us this flop.
Any sort of Broadway flop is really going to be in action. Oh, and we get a 2-3-8, 2 hearts. Continuation bet from Rick here for 210. It looks like.
Yeah,
250, excuse me.
Advantage to the pre-flop aggressor, and sure enough, he continuation bet and a profit there of 410,000. So now he gets to 2.5 million. And we've got Lucy Lynn coming on saying she's rooting for Steve M. Brian, the redraw, and any redraw, well, the redraw that we do at 27 is really just generated by the computer. There is no stack size or seat position or whether you got a Michigan hat or an Ohio State hat on. It's just a random redraw in the system, in the computer. That's a good question, though. Thank you very much for asking that. In the old days when we did tournaments, we'd grab a deck of cards.
Yeah,
right?
So, yeah, we don't have to do anything anymore. It's so nice. Rick with queen 9 of clubs here. Still semi-early position.
Can you put your cards in the box? Call.
Limps in here. I'm sure I'll say it over and over again today, but not a fan of limping this late. If you want to play a pot, you got to give yourself a chance to win it. Put in that raise. Kyle from the small blind with ace-10 off. Ray with 8-7. Checks his option. We're going 3 ways to this flop. King, 3. Rainbow. Checks around. Queen for Rick.
$210 in the pot, and he's going to bet out.
Yeah, goes half pot.
Gut shot here for Kyle. And he
Gonna
feels,
look him up.
yeah. He does have an overcard and the gut shot.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, even ace high is going to be good here a lot of times.
I got a queen to go with the king.
Check to showdown, and Rick shows the queen 9 is going to take down another pot, this time 250,000 in profit. And we've got some questions out there. The Wizard helping out with those questions. The first place, 6,310 today. Min cash, 54 players starting out this today. Min cash 150, and there were 4 double bag bonuses paid out, 200 each. Danny Durham was one of those. Keith Nielsen, Joseph Taylor, and Jules was one of those double bag.
Yeah,
And she started the day with the bigger of those 2 bags being 1 million.
I believe Joseph Taylor was the chip leader out of our first flight.
Yeah, 2 million he was the bag that he came to day 2 with.
Yeah, so not bad. Gets a double bag and a nice healthy stack for day 2. Queen 10 suited for Q, letting it go. He is on the short stack and in an early position. Saw Rick limp last time with Queen 9. Queen 8 of hearts this time.
Can you put your cards in the box? Raise 125.
Chooses to raise this time. 125,000 to go.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Mike folds ace 10.
Call.
Jose makes the call with 6-5 off from the big blind.
Heads up.
Jack 9-4, 2 clubs. Rick flops a gut shot. Jose
Nope.
just with back doors.
Yeah, no continuation bet there, and now Jose hits a 6. Takes the lead by virtue of that 6. Checks it. Rick's going to bet it.
125.
And oftentimes, this is all that Jose needs. And then he puts the pressure on.
Yep.
Very aggressive player when he feels it's warranted.
Yeah, especially with a decent stack, he's going to apply pressure anytime he thinks his opponent is weak. Rick with just a gut shot here. 400,000 is the price. You hear that chime in the background. Blinds are going to be going up next hand. Rick thinks better of it, lets it go, and Jose takes down a 835,000 chip pot.
So just a couple more questions out here on the chat. Let's see. The new place, our expansion is going to be about 3.5 times the size that we have now. And yes, bigger bathrooms. Emmanuel. And is there anyone who double bags still in? That's a good question. I would have to check the main room because there's nobody here at the feature table that was double bag bonus. And yes, if you double bag, and I think you got your answer there, you come to day 2 with the larger of those 2 bags. And keep in mind that's going to be the same rule that applies, same procedure for our $100,000 prize pool guarantee, 6 flights. And there's going to be a $750 multi-bag bonus every time you bag again. It's $750 and again $750. But let's say you bag 3 times or 4 times, it's still going to be the largest of those 3 to 4 bags, whatever that might be, that you come to day 2 with.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that's the big benefit of playing multiple flights. The money's nice, of course. It's $750 is nice, but just being able to play carefree and, just just your goal is to build a big stack. It
Yeah.
just really opens up a lot of options for you.
Really does. Heads up action here.
Ray with just a call from the button, unlike him. $5-8-3 rainbow.
Ray really needed to put a bet out there, and this might give cue ball an opportunity, but they go check again. And Ray, runner spades, hits the flush. Cue ball might want to bet. He's looking like he wants to bet out here and see where he's at, but he checks it. And Ray might know that he might not get paid anything here.
Yeah, so he's going to try and go for all of it.
That's good enough. No big deal.
$140,000 profit there for Ray. So he continues to be the chip leader here at the feature table.
See, the saga continues. Feel like Rodney Dangerfield out here. See that? The triple ending.
Fearless Joe, that's one of the reasons I said stay tuned, because definitely going to open up the new location with a lot of fanfare. Look for something big on the horizon.
We're going to have our first walk at this featured table. Looks like it.
He shows the Doyle. He's more than happy to get the walk with the Doyle.
$35.75. Call.
Fold.
70. Call.
Call. Fold.
Mike makes a call with deuces under the gun. Back to Alex with 5-3 off in the big blind. Checks his options. So we're going three ways to this flop.
Three players.
Jack 6-7, two hearts. Gut shot for Alex. Not much else going on.
200.
Chris is gonna bet 200 though.
25 players remain. 575 entries. We started the day with 54 players. Top place taking home 6,310. Min cash 150.
Couple heads getting ripped off.
50 million chips in play.
Yep, that's what it takes to win this tournament. 50 million.
T-Bold would like to know if we could do a team event on the weekend sometime. I don't blame you, T-Bold. This team event coming up on Tuesday, always one of our most popular and so much fun to be a part of.
Yeah, and that's a tough ask, really. For our main events are always on the weekend. That's
Yeah.
it's a tough one. Chris opens it up to with nines to 150. Ray folds a mystery hand. Jose gets out of the way. Cue ball from the cutoff with king 8. Jack 3 on the button for Rick. Chris gonna get the win here.
Yeah.
You gonna start connecting yet, Eric? I mean, it's been the whole weekend is a mighty stale with you, but
Fearless Joe talking about playing some more tournaments. That's the great thing about coming to the Reserve here in Toledo, Ohio. Go to thereservepoker.com. Quite an array of nightly tournaments that we have for different levels of entry and mixing it up from time to time, particularly on Tuesday nights. This past Tuesday, we just had a PLO tournament. Not too long ago, we had a pineapple tournament.
Yeah, double board bomb pots. Tuesday has been the wild card day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's
The bomb pot tournament.
It's been a fun one.
$1.5 million here for Alex.
Not too familiar with Kyle, but with Steven. But I know Mike, is a tighter player. Alex, I'm sure knows that as well. He's gonna put Steven to the test in the big blind and gets the job done.
bravo. Bravo.
So with the average chip stack at $2 million, that's an important pot there for Alex to take down.
Fabricate that one.
Ray Brint giving him a golf clap there. You got to understand that Ray and Alex been around the Toledo poker scene. I've known them both for well over 25 years here. So they've always sharing, what would you call that? Some ribbing, some good fun-natured ribbing at the table.
It's also kind of an underhanded, hey, good play.
Yeah.
You know, without actually saying that.
Yeah, right.
Kyle with nines again. Nines making their way around the table.
Raise 150.
Gonna open this up to 150. Uh-oh. Ray behind him with queens.
Raise 450.
He says we're gonna play for 450.
Yep. 3-bet here.
King queen for Rick. Rick likes to see flops. He's got 2.6 million. He's going to be in some trouble if he makes this call. He thinks better of it.
Yeah. I don't blame him for thinking about it, but you know, he's played here enough times up against Ray Brint. Ray isn't going to do this too often.
Yeah, you see a bet from early position, a raise, a
Yeah.
3-bet from early position. King Queen really shrinks up quick.
Now Chris, Jack 7 of diamonds in the big blind. He needs 380 to protect, and that's basically half his stack, so he's going to let go of that. Oh, I'm sorry. No, 10% of his stack. Excuse me. We're looking at the wrong decimal point. Now Kyle's got a decision to make. A fourth of his stack to go in. And he does make the call. So nines versus queens. Big pot here. 1 million already.
Don't love this call from Kyle. If you want to play the 9, see now he's just.
And now he's in trouble
now he
because
just
that's a
gets
great
stacked, yeah.
flop for nines. And Ray is going to push all in here. Putting Kyle to the test.
If you make the call, you can't fold this flop, I don't think. Like, I didn't love the call.
Yeah.
But
Once
after you
you're
make
in?
the call and you see this flop, you can't. If you're going to fold on this sort of flop, why are you calling pre-flop, you know? You're not deep enough to set mine. So if you're calling pre-flop, you're saying you have the best hand. If you believe that, there's no reason to just call.
John, that's right, 25 of us left?
25 players remain is correct.
You want to go next, raise your hand.
Yeah, he gets
Please
away
tell
from
me
it.
I fold pocket eight.
He does get away from it, but which is a good fold, but
I had an 8, that's all I see, I just folded.
it's so easy when you can see the cards that I don't like to criticize too much. I just, you know, I've been in that blunder before. I get it.
Yeah. And we've got a dealer change coming in, and if you're just joining us, this is the feature table for day 2 of the $30,000 prize pool. Guaranteed prize pool free roll. We did wind up with a total prize pool just above $31,000. First place is going to be $6,310. Started the day with 54 players. And as you can see on your upper right-hand corner, we are down to 25 9-handed, but we will go 10-handed when we get to a final table. And our most excellent floor manager, Nick Clark, coming in, keeping the tables balanced. Going to take the big blind, and that means...
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, maybe he's not doing that.
We don't do that anymore.
Oh, in the live room, no, we don't. It's only out there.
Oh, they've been going to that table over
They
there.
might have had a bad deck. It's on YouTube.
I'm not sure what that was about.
No, we don't. No, we have one deck.
Tony Halt, it is myself, Vic, and I've got Nick, a.k.a. Tarantula Nick, in here.
Yeah, Tony, Dom got the day off.
You will hear Dom and I back at it again tomorrow night for the Green Chip Bounty Tournament. We'll have a feature and then final table for that.
So cue ball, gonna go all in here with his last 300,000 with King Queen. Rick right behind him with Ace Queen. See if Rick elects to isolate here or just make a call. A lot of players behind him.
You got a call.
Just calls.
That's a call.
Fold.
How much is it?
290.
You ain't got to put your chips in or what?
He threw one chip in, it's a call.
But
Action's on you.
Okay. I don't know about that.
Mike wants some TV time, I guess.
I don't know. He said, I don't understand that. He's been around this game a long time.
Yeah.
Somebody throws a chip in. It is a call. Doesn't change the all-in amount.
So cue ball looking for a king here.
Or a lot of help here on the flop from everybody's favorite southpaw, Jonathan. And there's the
finds the
king, and
king.
now 5 outs for Rick. And that's not one of them, so cue ball. A very important double up here.
Looks like
And
Ray
he is going
gonna
to
move
go
it.
to 720,000. Still a fair amount from the average chip stack of 2 million right now. 50 million chips in play.
4 million chips are leaving this table. Ray is on the move.
And somewhere in there we lost another player, so now we are down to 24.
I see Jules. Is she still in, or is she just hanging out? Well, she might be in the fun day, huh? Sunday fun day.
I think Jules is in the Sunday fun day.
Jay's out of the tournament. He's forfeiting them chips.
Buddha still in.
Too many chips at this table.
They're at table 11, seat 3 or seat 4. Caroline still in. Also at table 11.
I called 4 if I was you.
We got a fold, and then a fold.
Hitting and running like that. That's not cool.
I don't know if Alex is sincerely disappointed that the chip stack is leaving because we're balancing the tables, or that was just a...
I mean, anytime you see 4 million chips leave the table, it's,
Yeah.
it's got to be a little disappointing.
Right.
Chris on the button needs to get his cards in the box. Folds the mystery hand. Jose gets a walk with King Jack.
You mentioned that last night's Queen of Hearts, Caroline, there you see her at table 11, seat 9, and she drew the King of Hearts, so there are still 13 cards, 12
believe
cards
that's
left,
right,
and we're
yeah.
close to 18,000, so next Saturday there'll be another drawing. And Caroline's an easy one for me. You know, we meet a lot of people, and, you know, we learn a lot of names. I got to tell you, Caroline's an easy one for me. A, that's my daughter's name. B, we both used to work at Owens Corning. And
Oh, yeah?
C, she is just so much fun.
Oh,
Every
she's
time
just
she's in
great,
the
yeah.
in the room, just so much fun to have at a tournament.
Absolute pleasure at the table.
Fold, Mike. Slow down a little. When you fold.
Like I said, she was an easy one to root for yesterday.
Yeah.
Fold. Fold.
Blinds will be up next hand. It's like 35-70 now.
Gotta raise to 150.
Or no, that's what they are now.
150.
Cue ball with 4s. 3 players to a flop.
Yeah, nice pot right now.
Kyle flops the best of it here.
Checks.
Jose with backdoor clubs and an ace.
They should at least play the music in here for it.
That's 200.
Like dead
200 from Kyle.
I can't. Copyright. That's why I had my head.
Right.
Fold.
Jose, not really much there for him.
To myself in my head.
200,000 here for cue ball,
I'll take anything at this moment.
which is a big amount when you're looking at just 720 in front of you, and the blinds just went up. So 10 big blinds. Does he want to make a call and see if he can hit a 4 here, or does he just push all in and try to get Kyle off this hand? But you mentioned before, you know, cue ball has a less than typical game that he plays. You just don't really know at
Yeah,
any point.
I can never predict what he's going to do
No.
for sure.
And not in a bad way. I mean, he plays
No.
a lot of tournaments here, and plays cash games. And when you're sitting at the table with Q, you've got a mystery there in that seat.
Yeah,
And it, you know, definitely keeps you on your heels.
I think he's gonna find a fold here. I know he doesn't have many chips, but 720 is still enough to work with. Find yourself a better spot. No, told you I can never predict what he's
I know.
gonna do.
I did figure that one of those options for Q ball, the all-in. I'm not surprised.
Okay, you might have to sit down.
Yes, sir.
It's just for the camera.
Typically, you don't have to sit down,
Yeah,
but
right,
we've got
yeah.
cameras, as Jonathan pointed out.
This would be a huge fold if Q ball can get a fold from Kyle here. It would be absolutely huge for him. He'll have 1.2 million without having to be at risk. He makes the call.
Makes the call.
And
And
gonna be looking for a 4 here.
Emmanuel's got a comment here that I want to follow up on after this hand. This is going to be Q's tournament life at stake. He's looking for one of 2 4s left in the deck. And it doesn't happen. Good run from Q. Going out in 24th place. Emmanuel, you made that comment about taking this long has given his hand away. Typically, I would agree. But if you've spent any time at the table with Q, you realize that oftentimes he does take that long, whether he's super strong or super weak. Again, you just, but
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him take that long to fold 7 deuce pre-flop.
Yes.
Yeah.
If he goes ship pre-flop, he moved your hand, I believe.
We have a big alone. Blinds up
That's
40,
not an
maybe
exaggeration.
48.
No.
He-
no,
Yeah.
it's not.
You win, but
He's had the clock called on him
Yeah, many
pre-flop with
times,
7
yeah,
deuce.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see
But-
the shot, yeah.
Big call there from Kyle, who approaches now close to the average chip stack, 2
yeah,
million.
I mean, that was not an insignificant pot for Kyle as
No.
well. It was a significant chunk of his stack to call with the second pair.
Around here.
I don't like fold. I don't like when he's covered.
Mike D now,
I like the pieces.
10 big blinds. He's he's going to be very selective. Try to be selective. He's got 2 more hands until he's actually in the big blind for 70,000.
40-80. Just
Oh,
went up,
80,
yeah.
80,000, excuse me. So he's below 10 big blinds.
Good run for Q. 22nd place, it looked like.
We're heads up to a flop.
Good run, buddy. Chris pairs his ace.
Check.
Nothing going on for Rick.
That's 80.
That's the minimum here into 200.
Oh. Got a death button. Let's see if I'm-
21 remain.
And I do not see Buddha. Do you?
I do not. He was at table 11 there. Looks like Buddha has left the building.
Or
Could be on break. Could be taking a break.
he could be, might have joined the Sunday Fun Day.
Yep.
$100 buy-in. Still time to get into that. That started at 3 o'clock.
Raise 150. Yeah, it's a good 160 actually, sorry. Good fold.
Chris with ace-7 offsuit here. Raises to 160. Rick behind him with queen-9. Seen him play this hand earlier.
Ammo, yes, you're right. Oh, we should have announced that. I believe he was going to the cage to collect 200. The next price break at 20th, I believe, is 250. Min cash today was 150. There were 4 double bags that got $200 each, and so we started the day with 54 players. Top prize is going to be $6,310. Our final table will be 10-handed, and 10th place, $500.
Chris does make the call. Now Alex getting a good price.
One of these days.
Oh,
But elects not to come along for that 80,000.
weird heads up.
Queen 9-8. 2 pair for Rick. And he's just gonna fire right at it.
That's 375.
I like this bet with the 2 pair. Typically, you might want to slow
Wow,
play
it's a
that, but
call
you've
from
got a
Chris
straight draw
here.
and a flush draw out there, and Rick is going to
It's a raise from Chris.
raise,
Actually, no, it's not even a raise.
and I think,
Yeah.
don't be surprised
Sorry.
if Rick turns around and
Looks like
shoves here.
Looks like he tried to raise but didn't put enough out. So it's
Oh,
gonna be a
okay.
call.
All right.
All of it.
And he's going to go all in here. No hearts for Chris. And he's got a
Just a
gut shot for the straight.
Wow, I think that misclick saved his whole stack.
No, it sure did.
Well, I mean, at least a big portion of it. Wow. When you're running good, you're running good. Even when you lose, you're
Yeah.
you're saving chips.
DFG joining us. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon, DFG, and everyone. We want to appreciate you all for joining us here, this featured table. This is going to be a final table at some point. We just need to lose. When we lose 11 more players, we'll be down to 10. This is the $30,000 prize pool guarantee free roll. And our total prize pool up above 31,000.
DFG, I don't think so. We were at nearly 100% dealer appreciation, so I don't think so. But I can try to find out if we get a break. He wants to know if anyone was left in the field that didn't do any realize, any add-ons.
250.
Oh, yeah, I would be very surprised if there's a pure...
Almost everybody did the $20 for the dealer add-on at the beginning, so
Yeah.
Oh, gotta win it.
I would be curious to see if anyone just did that. Is
Right.
still in.
Hardeman's dead.
And DFG, if you're just joining us, Ray Brent was at the feature table a moment ago with close to $4 million in chips, with a total of $50 million in play. As the tables players broke, then to balance the tables, Ray wound up back out in the main room, as you can see there from that shot. We'll continue to give you those camera shots. By the way, James in the booth, thank you so much for that and the great job that you're doing.
Yeah, so Ray was with nearly 10% of the chips in play Ray had before he left here. And you know, I don't commentate very often, but I feel like I've said that sentence many times
Yes,
before.
yeah.
You know, it's
Yes.
strange. Ray just he is very good at building up these big stacks in
Yes.
these large field tournaments.
Oh,
Alex with 10s on the button.
it's a 30.
Remember, last time he had a button, he raised with Jack 6 offsuit, took down the pot, and then showed it. He's got a real hand on the button this time. Let's see if that showing Jack 6 gets him paid off here.
Raise to 250.
Mike with a suited connector. He likes these kind of cards, but he doesn't have the chip stack to play it this time. Ooh, Steven with a pair of 4s. Steven has $2 million.
Call.
Actually, it's getting the right price to set mine here, just barely.
Oh, a 10 right in the window.
Check.
See if Alex can find a check here.
51.25.
And he does check.
I am typically a fan of betting. Oh, he's gonna get. I'm typically a fan of betting bottom and middle set, but in this situation, heads up from the big blind. Got to give your opponent some rope, and he does, and he gets Alex to lead out, or he gets Steven to lead out for 230 here. Just find a call. He might get paid off again on the river.
I like the cadence so far from Alex. I don't think he's giving too much information away.
He's done everything right so far.
And this club coming could slow things down for Steven. Bad card, I think, for Alex to get paid off here. And it might even be a concern here for Alex against a player like Steve.
Yeah, Alex is wondering what worst hand calls him. He decides there is a worst hand that could call, and he bets 450.
He raised me
Gets the win.
clubs out of got there. That's 450.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Clubs,
After
yeah.
the turn card, I'd have shot it all in, Jose. Open and straight draw, flush draw. Yeah. Yeah, my little buddy raised my big blind and took it, my small blind and took it. I folded 7-6 of clubs. Yeah, huh?
His little buddy.
You the call? 7-6. I want to call bad, but when he called, what can I do? You know,
I'll be coloring up.
7-6 of clubs.
That card has a whole lot worse.
Yeah, and that's a hand I definitely want to call with. You know that.
Oh, we're not taking over.
7-6 of clubs, little buddy. Got you on the river.
Never got there anyway.
After the turn card, I get there.
Brian, I agree. It's kind of a thin value bet, but
Yeah.
You let him see the turn.
you hit sets so infrequently that there's just instinctively something there. You want to get as much value as
I
you
may shoot
can.
him my goddamn self. You know?
I think maybe I agree with you, but I also don't blame Alex for wanting to try and get some value there. Maybe gets a crying call from an ace.
Cause I got a flush draw, backdoor straight draw, right? How's that? Yeah. After that flop, I'm gonna put them all in my goddamn.
Yeah, I don't make that bet, but then, you know, I'm not as aggressive as Alex is. Alex is a very aggressive player,
I know how to get to the Fifth Street.
and you'll see him oftentimes ride a roller coaster in tournaments, come back from almost nothing, get it up
Against you too.
deep, and then lose it, but come back again. That's just the kind of player he is. In the meantime, Steve's going to raise it up with queens against king 4 of hearts.
5 more minutes.
Battle of the blinds.
Ain't won a hand, ain't doing my bleeding chips. My buddy raised
Ace
every
doesn't
goddamn
scare him.
blind I'm in, and
He's got a
okay.
continuation bet
Yeah.
for
You see that shit, Jose?
250 here.
Yeah,
Targeting you.
yeah,
don't
I
like
know
you.
that. You done robbed me.
Fucking love it.
I almost called Jose, and I swear, after that flop, I don't care if they, whatever they do.
John Coffey, I believe you
I'm
do
in there.
make that bet, and I would compare you and Alex in terms of the style of game
I would have been in trouble.
pretty closely. Not only that, the two of you are always smiling at the table and having fun, which is why it's a joy to have you in the room. Like many, many, many of our customers here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. I want to thank everybody for joining us.
Yeah, my little buddy.
Stick around. Nick and I will be here until we crown a champion.
I don't need to see shit on TV. I know I'm good on the river, man.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be here all night, but with the rate these people are getting knocked out, it might be an early one for us, Vic.
I'm gonna just wait till you see it on TV. I'm gonna call home and sick my
Lots
dog.
of talk in the chat about that bet on the river.
You ain't gonna be nice to me no more.
Always.
Coffee says he would bet it. Brian says he wouldn't bet it.
You know that.
That's what's so great about poker.
I don't care about
No
your
two
shit.
players play the same way.
Well, one day when I fight back, Jose, he gonna be in
Ace 4 offsuit
He said this guy always
for Alex. Makes the raise to 225. Mike folds the ace-7 off behind him. Steven on the button with 8-6.
You wanna keep picking on the senior citizens. Hey, that's what it is.
I love my senior.
Chris and Kyle get out of the way, and Alex takes another one down.
Just raise them out the pot every time.
I love him. Love him.
Yeah, I'm gonna call one of my sons.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah. And you get to pick. You can pick the 40-year-old one or the 42 or 46.
Just give me the 90-year-old one.
No, you got one now.
He ain't your twin.
40, 42, and 46. Pick a number.
Yeah, I'll tell you,
I'm
46 is my age. That's close to my age.
Okay. That's my biggest one. No, it's not my youngest. It's the biggest one.
I'll take the biggest one.
Rick with ace jack.
Under the gun.
Okay. That's what the buck goes
Blinds
down.
at 40,000, 80,000 with a $40,000 ante.
Okay, well, that's my baby Bam Bam.
Average chip stack now right around 2.4 million.
That boy's a bull, huh?
50 million in play, and we are down to 21 players.
You know, he's 6'2". Yeah.
375.
375 is the price.
I'm only like 3'2".
Mike, gotta take a stand here soon.
Yeah.
It's not really getting the cards to cooperate though.
Oh. Oh.
That aces back-to-back hands.
Yep.
Well under the 10 big blind mark.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
The longest.
Jose with sevens.
Minutes, you said it was 5 minutes. Who told that lie?
Really?
Yeah. I think if that's just a 2x bet or 2.5x bet from there from Rick, I believe Jose makes that call, protects his big blind. But it just felt a little too strong for Jose with sevens.
We didn't get no break after that. Played 2 hours straight or 2 hours. China can't find a hand. Lord have mercy.
I kind of lean, so we're seeing a discussion in the chat about value bets. I kind of lean more towards John's way of thinking. I'd rather go for too much value than leave value on the table. You know,
Raise to 300.
that's just kind of where I land on that. Like I'd rather, you know, make a value bet on the river, get raised and have to fold, than consistently missed value bets on the river, you know, and leave money on the table. That's just my style of play. Chris raised up to 300 here.
Yeah. In the cutoff with King Queen. And Rick's going to protect here. He doesn't like to get pushed around. Makes the call. Here comes the flop.
Oh yeah, they lined the door up with
Good
it.
break.
Yeah, that's pizza for everybody.
And a king right in the window here for Chris. And nothing really for Rick. Continuation bet's probably going to take this down, and we will be going on a break. And I believe we're doing some coloring up here of these chips. This is just going to I believe, be a 10-minute
Cost of 150.
Yeah, probably
break,
getting
so
rid of
do
the-
not go anywhere. I know I want to stretch my legs real
For sure,
quick.
me too. I think we're getting rid of the purple chips.
Check.
Rick makes this call.
That's 400. Fold.
All right.
All right. But a $500,000 there, nothing
Yeah.
to sneeze at for Chris.
Oh,
And
it's a
this
dinner
is
break.
the
Okay.
dinner break. I stand corrected. And the dinner break, which is 30 minutes, and we are going to come back in 30 minutes, and we will continue on until we crown a champion. There's all the numbers for you. We'll take this in real quickly. You can see where the price breaks are, the payout breaks are. At 10th place, it starts at 500. Then from 11th all the way to 18th place, 350. Right now, 21st, 20th, and 19th are going to take home 250 with a top prize of $6,310.
$0 entry fee, folks. 6,300 up top.
So don't go anywhere. When we come back, the blinds are going to be at 50, 150. Get yourself a sandwich, catch up on the football scores, but then come right back and join us. And as always, call your friends, your neighbors, and your cousins, because this is going to be a good one. See you soon.
See you in 28 minutes, folks.
believe we are back. Yes, we are back. And thank you very much for sticking around, everybody. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio, and my name is Vic, and I got Nick, a.k.a. Tarantula Nick, in the booth with me today, and this is our $30,000 prize pool free roll. The day 2, we had 3 flights to get into this, top 10% from each flight, and we did exceed the 30,000. We're somewhere around 31,000 for the total prize, and you can see right there on the screen the prize is right there. Top prize $6,310. We're down to 21 players. 21th through 18th is going to collect $250. There was a min payout of $150. We started the day with 54 players. There were 4 players that had double bag bonuses, which were $200 apiece. And we've had some great action so far.
Sure have.
And there's 50 million chips in play, Nick. So there's a lot of play going on.
That's what's going to take to win this tournament. 50 million chips will get you just over $6,000. Everyone right now guaranteed $250, so a lot of room in between there. So a lot of disappointment, but a lot of excitement yet to come as well.
And we are 9-handed, and we will go to, when we get to 10-handed, we will go to our final table. So we need 11 more players to be knocked out, and then we'll begin our final table. And Nick and I will be here until we crown a champion.
We sure will.
And then the great action starts all over again tomorrow for our 2025 Winter Series. This is our Winter Series free roll kickoff, warm-up if you want to call it.
Heck of a warm-up act, huh?
Yes, a heck of a warm-up act, exactly. Yeah, it could be hard to fill these shoes, but we've got some big stuff coming your way. We will be live streaming again tomorrow evening for the Bounty Tournament, and we'll start there sometime in the mid-late evening with a feature table and then a final table. That, of course, every one of the events starting tomorrow is going to be a trophy event. So tomorrow night, the Green Chip Bounty, and then Tuesday, the fan favorite team event. Dom and I will be playing in that, and then on Wednesday, the $500 freeze out, and Nick will be playing in that as well as the Wizard. And then 2 tournaments on Wednesday, the second one being a round by round, and then Thursday everything kicks off for the main event, $100,000 prize pool guarantee for an amazing $140 buy-in.
It's crazy, right? $140 gets you a shot at $100,000 prize pool, $750 double bags. What value?
Yeah. Mike, as we mentioned before the break, needing to get something going here. He's got King, Queen of clubs. He's under the gun. He is going to raise with this to $300,000. Goes all the way around to Rick in the small blind. Unfortunately, Alex didn't get back in time for his big blind after the break. He doesn't seem too disappointed.
Wow, Mike's going to get this through. All right.
And he's going to show King, Queen.
Looks like Alex folded 8-3 of hearts there, so
he didn't miss much.
Yeah. Couldn't have made the call anyway.
So the 2 tables in the rear there are the 2 of the 3 tables that remain in this in this free roll. And we have, there you are, Nick, 15 minutes ago.
Look at that.
And we have our regular Sunday C-Note, Sunday Fun Day tournament. We typically hold that at 1 o'clock. We started that at 3 o'clock. There's still time to get in that. And we've got 4 tables for that, so we've got a really good turnout for the C-Note tournament on Sunday. And again, next Sunday when we have day 2 for the $100,000 prize pool guarantee, day 2, we will also be holding our C-Note tournament on Sunday, and that again will be starting at 3 o'clock. Battle of the blinds here. Alex just going to call with 5-2 of diamonds. Mike, pocket queens. Here comes the shove. Yep. All in. And this is going to be a quick fold from Alex, who Mike has been referring to as his little buddy.
I really thought that any 2 cards, Alex was going to raise up that his small blind, given that Mike's so short in the big blind, but good thing for him he didn't.
Alan H.
it'd be
Checking
way-
in from Florida.
Get them all in the middle. Couldn't give me a walk, huh, little buddy? Couldn't get an old school little walk right there.
Alan, you going to make it back in time for any of the events in the Winter Series?
I wanted a walk. I didn't want the exit 50. I mean, it's in the game, you know.
Jose with Cowboys here.
225 is the bet.
225. I think that'll be our standard open size here.
Yeah, 2.5x. I believe you're right.
Just not much going around.
No. But just 125 here for Steven to call.
Heads up.
So he is going to make the call. We go heads up. Kings versus ace 8-6 of clubs.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Check. 1,000. Yeah, that's what I meant. 100.
She said 1,000.
Yeah.
We know what you meant, Nikki.
I thought maybe I just didn't hear the 100 part. Now this ace may save some Jose some money.
Yeah, they go check, check, and another ace certainly, as you mentioned,
375.
Jose probably willing to get rid of this. No, he's going to
Yeah,
pay him
makes the
off.
call,
So
yep.
Steven takes down a profit of $750,000. Wow. Nice pot there for Steven.
Yeah, the first ace was really good for Jose. I thought it was going to save him some money. Then the second one comes out, and it's, you know,
Yeah.
it's harder to believe your opponent has trips.
Or
And
your smartwatches. You got to put them out there in the box. Just in case you forgot to take them out.
I wish I can afford a smartwatch. Me too.
Who said that? Did Jose say that? He wished he could afford
I
a
think
smartwatch.
it was Jose.
Yeah. With 50 million in play and 21 players left, the average chip stack right now
Basically the same thing. Small blind and big blind.
just about 2.4 million.
No, they literally like sell the same watches but without the brand on them. I need you to put your chip over there.
Queen Jack of Spades for Rick here. It's an open every time from the hijack. Rick was going with a very large sizing in prior blind levels.
375 is the bet.
Continues that trend here. Almost 4x. Takes it down.
We had a conversation going on in the chat just before the break. There was a hand with Alex Erd in it where he flopped a set of tens. The river was the third club with two clubs on the flop. And some interesting betting going on. Alex did bet after a check from Steven. And that prompted some conversation about was that the right bet. I did get a chance to talk to Alex during the break about that hand. And he said 100%. He says, I'm doing that every time. He says, if he's got it, he's got it. He says, that's the way he plays. He typically plays without much fear.
For me, it's not so much about whether he has the flush or not. I mean, obviously that's part of it, but it's more what worse hand can call me. You know what? You know.
Yeah.
If there's no worse hands that can call me, there's no benefit to betting. It's only risk. But you know, I came to the conclusion that there was an ace on the board as well. So I came to the conclusion that a pair of ace, you can get a call from an ace sometimes.
And that's what Alex said. He said he was just praying and hoping that Steven had an ace there, hoping to get paid off.
Yeah. So we got an interesting matchup here. Jose limps in with 7-6 of diamonds. Rick raises it up again to that large sizing of 375. Jose already having committed 100 makes the call. And we go to a 2-4 jack flop, 2 clubs.
700,000.
Neither player likes that flop at all, but Rick is going to continuation bet and take it down.
500.
Alan says he won't be back in town until the 24th, so sorry we'll miss you during the Winter Series. Colonel just joining us. And yes, everyone in the money today. Min payout was 150. Next 3 players out, as we're down to 21, are going to collect 250 each, and then 18th through 11th taking home 350. Top prize today, Colonel, $6,310.
Thank you. Okay.
No, I'm a gambler. No, I don't mind gambling.
That's fair. You shot it out there on Jose. Yeah. On my man, Jose. He put a $500,000 bet on you, man. He did.
Rick, good question. I'll answer that in just a second.
Yeah, Rick, we'll find out for you. Jim is very good at predicting field sizes. He's able to look back at our past events and gauge that. So,
You see that? You see how he gave him a walk? That's nice.
Rick, also I saw your message. I woke up late today, so I will get back to you there. I promise.
10-3. Let that man have it.
There you go, Rick. Looks like the answer is about 120 players is what we expect tomorrow.
Now, not to be pretentious, but that was going to be my guess.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, well, I was
going to say 100. So
I was going to say
wasn't
I was
too
going to
far.
say above 120.
Yeah.
Be careful, guys, peeling the cards. They got chips in them. You don't want to bend them too much.
Under the gun with Jack 8 of clubs, Alex looks like he was considering a move there, but decides otherwise. And now a suited ace for Steven.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to raise.
240.
240 is the price. I'm really hoping we can get up to that 100-player mark for the high roller on Wednesday. I think last year they said we had 84 or 82, something like that. Really hoping we can break 100 this year. Rick with 9s here on the big blind.
Call.
Makes the call.
Heads up.
In the window.
Yeah.
Check the bet. Check.
Not a great flop when you're sitting on 9s.
He does see bet though.
55.
Jim, I think that's a safe prediction. I'm going to guess 100 players exactly.
And once again, this is the feature table. There are still 3 tables left. We are now down to 20 players here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. Those 2 tables there in the back are the 2 of the 3 remaining. The other tables in the room are the C-Note Sunday Fun Day tournament. Typically Sundays at 1 o'clock, but today at 3, and again next week at 3. Off to a good start with that tournament. Four tables and still plenty of time to get in here.
100,000.
We've got the football game on the TVs.
Yeah, if these guys hurry up, me and you can go play that thing.
They'd have to really hurry up.
Yeah.
I've decided to make all of my predictions for this series very conservative.
Okay.
Okay. Conservative predictions for this series.
My actual prediction for the main event is around 1465.
1465. I'm going to write that one down.
Is Dom here, Nikki?
No. Option.
Who's up there announcing?
I am so surprised we are still seeing limpid pre-flop this late.
Yes,
I didn't even see Nick coming either.
I have to agree with you there, 100%.
Oh,
In the
this
meantime, they both get a king here, but 2 pair for Alex.
is, very dangerous for Chris here.
Check, check, free card. And I gotta believe that's a really good card here for Alex.
175.
Yeah, Chris is gonna need an 8 or a jack here, or he is in some real trouble. Or a 9, of course. 8, jack, 9.
Raise the 350.
Oh, and he does raise.
Call.
And just a call here. Alex hoping to dodge a 9 or a 10.
Oh, and it's the 8.
Oh, wow.
Gets bailed out.
500,000. Call.
Call, and they're going to chop this up. The jack is going to be the kicker here on the board.
God, killed me.
And here's the thing. I think if Alex pushes all in, there's a really good chance that Chris makes that call because of how
Yeah.
much he's committed. And we get the same result anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris was not going anywhere.
You ain't putting half of them in there and not
Spot
paying the
committed
rest.
now.
Yeah, he already spot committed himself. On 150, right?
Yep.
Hey, Rick, good question, and great questions all the way through our chat. Appreciate it, Rick, and so glad you got in here to play this week. But he's wondering what his first place usually pay for the 100K, the Wizard coming back on the high end of 20,000
475 is the best.
or just above 20,000. Take that as you wish, but life-changing money. You want to miss that for a buy-in of $140.
Jack's here for Steven. Wow, he opens up to almost 500,000.
Ace King of Diamonds here for Alex. On this feature table, we've seen these two go at it a number of times.
Calls.
And he's going to call. Pocket
Mike
eights
with
for
eights.
Mike. Mike
Mike is.
with a chance for a triple up here.
Does that open the action? I can't see the stack size there. It does.
Give him a count, Nick.
I only count if they ask. All in.
Wow. I think Alex is unfortunately committed himself here, but
The original bet
and
was
Ace King is such a
455.
powerful hand, but you see an all-in from a guy as tight as Mike. Steven, remember, this is an under-the-gun raise to 500,000 almost. And then facing a jam from a very tight player in the big blind. I know Mike's short stack, but he has a reputation for being an extremely tight player. Alex knows this. Steven knows this. If there's ever a time to fold Ace King, this is it. I think I'm making the call, but I can see Alex letting this go. It takes 50 million chips to win the tournament.
Now I'm hoping for some honest answers here on the chat. Pretend for a minute that you can't see Mike's cards or Steven's cards and you're in Alex's spot. Take a look at the bet sizing. Take a look at what's left. Do you make this call or do you fold? Honest responses only, John Coffey.
He lets it go. Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of felt that's the way Alex was going to go with it. In my mind, it takes 50 million to win the tournament. Ace King is a super powerful hand. I have to make that call, but I understand Alex's point of view as well. Those are super tight ranges. Under the gun raise. Remember, under the gun raise to 500,000, 5x. You got a call from the small blind and then a jam from a super tight player in the big blind. Then a re-jam from that under the gun player. Like I said, if there's ever a time to fold Ace King, that was it.
Now, Alex is either going to do a happy dance when he sees this flop and board, or he's going to put his hands in his face. This is either going to be buyer's remorse or a big, whew, glad I did that.
Don't be putting that X on me.
Right?
I thought it was an 8.
Jack's still in the lead.
Diamonds.
Diamonds, though.
Diamonds for Alex. There's the king.
There's
for
the
Alex.
king.
I had ace king of diamonds as well.
And yes, Alex would have
I rip it.
been adding that. He would have been adding that $4.5 million to his $1.7 million.
Yeah, Alex is
In the
just-
meantime, Mike is going to the cage to collect 19th place, $250. Nice run, Mike.
Yeah, Alex is the overwhelming chip leader in this tournament if he could find that call.
Yeah, if I would have had a lot less chips, I'd definitely not.
If you to come in at 2, I probably
Steve, you're big blind low.
What is it, 150?
50 and 100.
So I said it takes 50 million to win. You know,
50 and 100.
And with 18 players left, Stephen now close to 10% of the total chips in play.
Blinds will go up next hand.
And your question about Kat actually did get knocked out of the this tournament, the free roll, and she has now entered into today's C-Note Sunday Fun Day tournament.
a lot of talk in the chat about how since it's a free roll, they would have called, or since it's a free roll, they would have done this. But it's not a free roll anymore. You know what I mean? You're playing for $6,000. What at this point, it doesn't matter what you have invested. You know, you're playing for $6,000.
I agree with you. However, I can take a look at the payouts here, and if you're looking for a big jump, there is not a big jump. You know, to 18th place, it goes from 250 to 350, depending upon how much you've got invested. All of that. But you're right. This is $6,000 that you want to be able to take home. You want to be in it to win it.
Yeah, I mean, tournament poker, I mean, all of the money is in those top 3-4 spots. Really, all of the money's in the top 2 spots. And that's not just this tournament, that's all tournaments. It's just how it works. You have to be playing for first to make serious money at playing poker. You're just playing tournament poker.
Check it out.
1 second or first place finish pays for, you know, what is it in this one? It would be, the min cash was 150.
Right.
So we'll look at it as a $100 buy-in. So that's 60 entries there for first place. One first place finish pays for 60 entries.
And as if to haunt Alex, the board comes out all diamonds. And he's going to pick up 450,000 there. And it looks like we have come down to 2 tables. We're down to 18 players, 9 players each. When we get to our final table, that'll be 10-handed. And we're going to be balanced out here at 9 and 9.
So Adrian, Ken, and Ethan are making their way back to the featured table.
And earlier when we saw Ken at this feature table, he was pretty close to he was the chip leader at the feature table, pretty close, I think, to being the chip leader. Let's see what his stack looks like now coming back.
What are you doing, hand for hand now?
No, I'm just waiting.
Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Two tables. Water.
Yeah, so he's gonna use this box all day, you'll have to square up, so you can use that box.
This
Yep,
box?
Yep, you're using this one.
Laying down these king.
They're gonna have fun. That's all right, have some fun on me, guys. Don't worry.
Speak up.
Hmm?
125 is the best.
Jonathan, it's just all about math, buddy. It's all about math and counting combinations. Like Alex was getting
Don't peel the cards,
such a good
guys.
price
They got
there that
chips
he's
in 'em,
only
and you have to
dominated by
try
2
to
hands,
bend
aces
'em
and
straight
kings,
up.
which he
You got a
blocks both of those
smartwatch,
hands.
Earbuds or a cell phone. It doesn't need to go out there.
And if he
in
wins the pot, he's
block
the
box.
chip leader. You know, you ask why? My only answer is just math.
600,000
Math is the only
bet.
answer I have for you.
Battle of the Blinds, first hand going to 2 tables, and it's... Oh, no, not Battle of the Blinds. Rick, I'm sorry, raised that up, and he's going to take that down with a raise. So we've got a couple of notables out there right to our, with his back to us is Singh, and then we've got Ray Brent in seat 1 there. Jeff Wilkie, familiar to these final tables, in seat 6. And then Tyler, seat 7, and seat 9, Caroline, and Evil in seat 8. And Smoke. Smoke is still in it.
Smoke is hanging around, yeah.
Yeah.
125 is the best.
We appreciate the shots of the other table in the main room. We'll continue to provide you with those.
All in.
Pocket 9s here for Ken.
Good luck, Owen. Thank you.
Ken's got 1.8 million.
He has now below 20 big blinds.
So this hand was played at the new blind levels. I heard Nikki announce 125,000. King Jack for Steven. 4.5 million.
What is it? 1.780. Dang, how many times you come to that? No, I'm joking. I know.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Ken's gonna get this through.
And King Jack, man, I can't really.
Too old.
Yeah,
Patrick,
well.
I didn't sign that.
I'm a fan. You're a
Yeah.
little too much.
Or do you want me to sign it for you when you want to come?
I'll sign it.
All right, Kiwi, take care. Don't be sorry.
So, boys,
Can we do a guest appearance?
Celebrity appearance or?
What's up, guys? Trying to see what, Nikki? What?
125.
Come on, Jose.
Ace 7 offsuit here on the button for Chris.
300 now.
Raises it up to 300. King Jack of diamonds for Kyle. Yep, this has got to be it for him.
Yeah.
Yep.
And a quick fold there of the 8 deuce. And a call here from Chris. And this is going to be Kyle's tournament life at stake with what our good friend Dom calls the nemesis, whether it's suited or not.
1145.
But we're looking at a coin toss just about between these two hands.
There's the jack. Backdoor clubs. Just the ace now. Kyle gonna get the double up. That's
Wow.
2.5 million now.
And you can see him grab his heart there. He says a big whew, thank goodness. And now he's up just about an average chip stack. There are 50 million in play.
I wish I was in that hand now.
Button's good. That's my time. Patrick's gonna be your next dealer.
And we got a dealer change coming up. Average chip stack now 2.8 million. Chip leader here at this feature table, Steven, with just about 4.5.
I'm forgetting his name. The 60 here.
That is Jeff Wilkie.
Jeff, thank you. Looks like he's got a bundle of chips there.
Yeah.
At least 5 million it looked like.
And there are a number of these players trying to get something going, and they need to. I wouldn't say it's a 5-alarm fire yet, but Adrian in seat 4 there, just above 10 big blinds.
Yeah, Jose kind of quietly is falling under $1 million.
Yeah.
Evan is 1.3, but he is very comfortable playing this stack depth.
125.
Oh, is that Kings hand? I couldn't remember what happened to Jose, but yeah, the Kings versus 8-6.
Yeah.
Ken makes the call with 3s, and Jose checks his big blind. Tens.
All hearts.
Yeah. No one holds a heart, but Jose does flop a pair of jacks. Looks like this should get through. It does. Jose over $1 million now. Almost 1.2 now.
And since our dinner break, number of people joining us, rejoining us, and perhaps just joining us. So thank you very much. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. Our Winter Series kickoff warm-up event, the $30,000 prize pool guarantee free roll. This is a feature table. We're down to 2 tables, 575 entries. And now Ace-King for AD. Going to push in his remaining, looks like just $1 million. Not really a complete sentence when you say just $1 million, right? I mean, that's...
Yeah, only $1 million.
Only $1 million. Buddy picks up 200,000. In the meantime, we are at 58 likes. This live stream is going to go until we crown a champion. Myself, Vic here, and Nick, a.k.a. Tarantula Nick, in the booth. Which gives us plenty of time to get to that threshold of 100 likes, because we're at 58 right now.
Yeah,
so
guys,
please hit
help us
that like
out.
button. And if you're new to the Reserve, please hit... What was that raise?
$250 from Alex.
$250.
$250.
Please hit that subscribe button, and when you do, if you hit the bell right next to it, you're going to get notifications, particularly, you know, when we've got change in the schedules coming up with these events.
Yeah, you just click that little bell, and every time we go live, YouTube will let you know. Never miss a show again. Just click the bell. Thanks, Rick.
We
Speaking
mentioned
of
earlier, Rick doesn't like to get pushed around. He's going to look at putting in $150,000 to protect his big blind with 8-4 clubs, and he's going to do just that.
Nine, 10 deuce, two hearts.
Yeah, that's a whiff for Rick. Alex still in the lead by virtue of his ace-7. Unless Rick wants to get wonky here. If he checks, I got to imagine Alex is going to come out with a continuation bet.
His Hollywood there might slow Alex down. Double checked his cards, thought about it.
300?
Nope.
Half pot.
Fold.
Alex gets himself up to 2.5 million now.
John Coffey, I appreciate that. Anything. We appreciate it all. He says he broke into DFG's house and hit the like button. But I didn't need that visual of him watching in his birthday suit.
AD under the gun here with an ace.
Calling with the Jack-8 of spades. Early position.
Just put the raise in. Give yourself a chance to win the
Well,
pot.
yeah,
you know,
and
or
these,
just fold.
These
but
kind of calls can really add up. They get expensive if you're betting into aggressive, calling into aggressive players. Speaking of which, there's one,
There it is, yep.
and to his left another one.
Yes.
Rick, Ace Jack, definitely going to raise this up. It might even be better than 3x.
Raise. 665.
665 from Rick.
Yeah, it's not just that you bleed off chips by making these limps. It's you're making it so attractive for a player behind you to squeeze. You know, it's just not a play you can afford to make at this stage of the
Particularly an aggressive player like
Yeah.
Rick, or Alex, or Jose.
Yeah, I mean, you've got short stacks behind that are incentivized to shove with that dead money in there. Again, wants to play this hand.
He
but
does, almost like it might be one of his favorites.
8, 9 of hearts.
Go with you guys.
Oh, should have played it.
I had 2 light ones.
If you want to win, you got to play those.
So it looks like Jeff has 5 million plus a second shorter stack of black, which are 100,000. So he might be up near the 6 million part if I'm counting his stack correctly.
I didn't really want to call, but I wouldn't have minded one.
Ace 4 hearts for Steven makes it 250. Jose makes the call. Evan behind him with one. Wow, he folds the sevens. Less than 10 bigs. Oh, he has exactly 10 bigs. He folds the sevens. I wasn't expecting that. Thought we were going to see all his chips in the middle there.
Heads up action. Ace 4 of hearts versus the nemesis King Jack for Jose.
9-3-5 rainbow. Gut shot for Steven. Complete whiff for Jose. Just 2 overcards. Has to let it go.
Would have been a nice flop for sevens.
Yeah, it would have. Oh, he tells the table he folded the sevens.
He called him. Might have jammed, he didn't call.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm counting Jeff's stack correctly there. He's got about 6 million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Yeah, about 6 million. Looks to be our tournament chip leader right now.
TK joining us. Terry Cool. Part of the what was it? T-Candy? T-Candy?
Yeah, I think that is it.
Yeah. He and Andy playing again this Tuesday in the team event.
I asked him the other day if Andy had dropped him yet, and he said no.
Queen Jack. A limp in from Chris, and now Kyle with Ace Jack. Kyle just below the average chip stack. And he is going to raise this up to 400,000. T-Candy, baby. You bet. Get caught up with the graphics here. Back around in the small blind for Adrian. He needs a third of his stack here to make this call, and he's going to let it go. Stephen hoping for, he's probably looking at that King of Diamonds first, hoping that there's something really great to go along with it so he can get on this roller coaster, but no, he's going to let it go.
Wow,
and an all-in here from Chris.
Limps under the gun. Gets raised. And snap jams.
Kyle asking for a count. $1,780,000. And based on our count after his raise, this would be an all-in for Chris to make this call. And he does make the call. So Chris's tournament life at stake here. I had that backwards. It was not Kyle's all-in. I don't believe.
Nope, it's Chris all in.
Chris is all in. Yep.
Wow, open ender for Chris though. Gets there.
And he gets there. Wow.
That is gonna.
That is
Kyle
a
with crumbs.
big
Yep.
pot for Chris and a crushing blow to Kyle. Not the end of the day here for Kyle, not yet. But he drops below 10 big blinds.
See Mr. Blankenship taking down a pot.
75 and 150.
75, 150, new blinds.
Colonel, you are right. That outer table is a tough one. Tough field all the way around. We're down to 18 players. Started the day at 1 o'clock today with 54 players. There were 4 players that double bagged for a bonus of $200. Top prize $6,310.
You know, with only 3 flights double bagging is pretty impressive. You know,
Yeah.
especially large fields.
Yep.
4 double bags is impressive for 3 flights. I really believe it. Queen Jack for Evan. Gonna get it all in the middle. He said it worked for Chris. Why not me? Rick with a queen behind him. Oh, another queen gone. King 10 versus Queen Jack. Unfortunately for Evan, 2 queens are folded.
He hasn't even stacked his chips yet.
10 in the window. Evan in rough shape here.
He needs 1 of 3 outs, and that's not it.
It's going to do it for Evan. He's going to take 18th place. Did he make the pay jump?
He hit the pay jump, I believe, going to the
350 now?
to collect 350.
Good run, Evan. Always enjoy having you, buddy.
And so everybody out between now and 10th place is going to collect $350. The next pay jump at 10th place is $500. We will be going 10-handed on our final table. Right now, 9-handed and down to 17. Jose Ace King pushing all in.
Just under 900K.
And I know the way Jose plays, he actually would love to see a couple callers.
Oh, yeah, he wants action here.
He wants action, and he wants to build that chip stack back up again. And there's a call.
Oh, good spot for Jose.
King 7 of hearts.
He was in the big blind. He had 150 of 600 in there already.
Hey, Ryan, you ask a very good question. I'm going to talk to that in a minute as soon as this hand is over.
Clean flop for Jose. Uh-oh, sweat on the turn. But doesn't get the help. Jose is going to not quite double up, but 1.7 million now.
Ryan asks, explain to me the double bag. So in our multi-day tournaments and big tournaments, when we have multiple flights and you've got to be in the top 10% to qualify in the day 2, like we did here. We had 3 flights. We had 1 Friday, 2 on Saturday, and the top 10% from each of those flights, top 10% entrants, got to come to day 2 with their stack that they had as their starting stack. If they played in the first flight and they bagged, they got in that top 10%, and then they went on to play in the second flight and got in the top 10%. They get to choose from the larger of those 2 stacks to play in their day 2. But more importantly, they also get handed $200. And that is the bonus. That's a double bag, sometimes referred to as a multi-bag bonus. Coming up in our main event here, part of the Winter Series starting Thursday, where we're going to have 6 flights. 2 flights Thursday, 2 flights Friday, and 2 flights Saturday. The double bag bonus, the multi-bag bonus, is $750. So potentially, you bag in the day 1A, and you've got 5 more flights to go.
Yep.
I don't know what the statistics are, but it does happen.
It does
and
happen.
And all of a sudden, 5 times $750 by bagging in each of the flights is a healthy amount of money.
I've mentioned it before. I would like to see Jim offer a promotion where if you bag every flight, you get a little something extra. We'll call it the Immaculate Tournament Bonus. You bag every flight of the tournament.
There we go.
Be a heck for bragging rights, right?
Yes, big time.
I think it's such a good name, the Immaculate Tournament.
And here comes a local favorite, Singh, getting moved from the main room into our feature table, and will sit down to be the
Small blind, I think, or big alone.
big alone.
Big alone.
He'll be the big alone. We're down to 16 players.
So they'll freeze the button.
And Singh will be coming in with a nice chip stack here, well over the average chip stack of 4.3 million. In the meantime, Alex with an ace, going to raise up. Adrian decides this is not the moment, but he's going to have to make a decision fairly soon as he's
What do you mean,
just
Terry?
at 10 big blinds.
Terry says no one has come close to that. We had 4 people come close to it this weekend.
Yes. To what?
To bagging every flight. You know, we had 3 and 4 people bagged 2 of them.
Yeah, that's right. They bagged 2 out of 3.
Take off.
In our last military, we had, I believe, a player from Mad River in their qualifying flights. I believe there was a 4-bagger that came up from Dayton.
Sunday fun day.
And Terry, you of all people, never say never.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about running deep in the team event, but coming in a complete underdog.
Yeah, Andy played really good that day.
He sure did, yeah. So glad Andy's got those big shoulders.
Me and Andy talk about stocks a lot, and
Yeah.
I trust his judgment. And that, but then man, he picks Terry as a partner. How can I trust this guy? I don't know.
In the cutoff, Steve's going to raise up here to 450. Singh in the small blind, King Jack suited. Yeah, you don't want to mess around with. Choose your spots well there, Singh. Maybe that hand against a small stack, but not when the co-chip leader pushes out with a pre-flop raise. Colonel says Jack had a 7-bag bonus last month, the Jack.
This square is kind of crooked for me, you know?
Ace 5 of hearts for Rick. I love these suited wheel aces. Ace-6 suited for Chris. Ace-6 offsuit for Chris, excuse me. Singh on the button. King 4 off.
So TK, Nick's going to go solo. He's going to enter the $500,000 freeze out. And that tournament is Wednesday at 2 o'clock.
Yeah,
A lot of
Terry,
people love the. Well, we're just giving what the public wants by Monday with a bounty tournament. People love a bounty tournament. The team tournament on Tuesday, the freeze out on Wednesday, and on the same day Wednesday, the round by round.
What a week. Terry, I have to work. I can't play. I've only played in one of our team tournaments, and we got 4th place, if that's what you're asking. My partner was Lumpy. Well, thank you, Maria. I appreciate that. Ace 3 of hearts for Alex makes it 300. Chris called with queen 8. No one else behind has anything to work with. So we're gonna go heads up. Ace 3 versus queen 8. Saw at least one queen folded. Nine, 10, deuce, rainbow.
Alex
Two
keeps up the pressure. 225.
Just a gut shot for Chris. Wow, he makes this call. Looks like forward motion to me.
Now this pot is at 1.35.
King of hearts on the turn. No real change.
325.
Alex keeps the pressure up. 325 now. Chris still just looking for a jack, queen, or an 8. Let's this one go.
$825,000 profit there for Alex. And now he gets a little more comfortable. 3.3 million. And we've got a dealer change coming in. Thank everybody for joining us. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. The Winter Series warm-up kickoff. Call it what you wish, but it's a free roll. $30,000 prize pool guarantee. Exceeded the $30,000. We're at around $31,575 entries over 3 flights. 1 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. And our day 2 restart at 1 p.m. today. Nick and I will be here until we crown a champion.
All in.
And
Adrian
now
is
under the
all
gun
in.
here.
Folds. All in.
Chris is all in as well. Still 3 players left to act. 4. Could see a big one here, folks. Sing deep in the tank, it looks like. No.
Folds. Folds.
We'll get our graphics caught up here in just a minute. Less than a minute. Wow.
Rick is all in.
Oh
as well.
my goodness.
Folds. Hold on 1 second.
Alex couldn't fold his big blind fast enough.
Correct.
Terry, I think they were 20 ways when that happened.
So Denise going to take the time here to make sure we get these pots right. There's going to be a main pot and a side pot.
All this work.
I like it. I like the suspense.
3. 85. Yep. 1,085,000 for my first pot. 85. Thank you. 1,085,000.
Good job, Denise.
All right, this is what you're in for.
So Adrian could win here up over 3 million. Let's see what these players have.
Okay, guys, go ahead and table your hands.
Adrian with ace queen. Chris pushed all in with ace king, and right behind him Rick pushes all in with kings.
Wow, this is a 7.3 million chip pot.
And it looks like the only one that can take all of it would be Chris.
Correct.
Adrian would be well up over $3 million if his ace queen hits. But here comes the flop. Rainbow 6, 5, 7. King's still in the lead. And
Ooh,
another king, and that'll be the
does
check
it.
mark for Rick. Huge pot here for Rick. And Adrian's going to go to the cage, taking 16th place. Nice run, Adrian, collecting $350.
Chris can't have too much left after that.
According to the graphics, 1.3 million.
Is that afterwards?
I believe so. And Adrian just asked to wait until Nick Clark comes in to give him his placard so he can go to the cage, collect 16th place, and now we were down to 15 players here at the reserve. We're at 77 likes. If you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up button. It really helps us out a great deal in the algorithm here on YouTube. We're typically here 3 nights a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for Cash Game live stream. But we do live stream, feature, and final tables, and occasionally we do a flight or two for some of our big events. Our live stream schedule coming up this week will be tomorrow night for the Bounty Chip Tournament. We'll be going live at some point with a feature and then final table, and then again we'll go Thursday evening to show Flight 1B, just for about 4 hours of that flight. And then again next Sunday, a week from today, for the Day 2 start of the $100,000 prize pool guarantee main event.
No team tournament?
No, not live streaming the team tournament this year. Opted for the Bounty Tournament.
I actually prefer that. There's a lot going on with the team tournament, with players switching in and out.
Yeah,
The not the time extension, but the phone a friend button. There's always a lot going on in that tournament.
Yeah. And there's the outer table of the 2 tables for this $30,000 prize pool guarantee. Some very, very familiar faces. Ray Brent in seat 1, Smoke in seat 3, Jeff Wilkie,
Yeah,
seat 6,
all regulars.
Tyler, seat 7.
I don't know the player in seat 5.
I don't either.
But everyone else regular here.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
And Caroline in seat 9 out there.
Like having a king in the window on that one, right?
No, Colonel, we are not live streaming the $500 freeze out. So this week will be Monday, Thursday, and then the following Sunday. And this looks like Evil is going to push all in.
Yeah, we get to see an all in. How cool.
And
no action.
No action there. Back to the action here, though. Queen 3, Queen Deuce in the muck. Ken going to push all in with Ace 6 of spades.
Jose folding 5s behind him.
The blinds currently at 100, 200 with a $100,000 ante. Steven invested $200,000 already in this. Kind of doing the math. Is this worth $800,000 or better? And lets it go. So Ken. Must be medication time for Tyler.
I saw that too. He's glued to it.
Mr. Coffee's trying to troll you.
I saw.
Yeah.
No power hour in the
No.
tournaments. That's nice.
No.
That's why I volunteered, because there's no power hour. Jose rips it with 9s. Rick behind him with 8s.
And Rick just took down a pot. Still isn't done stacking.
Still stacking. You got chip problem. That's a good problem.
Ooh, careful, he
Oh,
flare those,
wow.
and he lets it go.
Seat 6, can you take your cards in and back out of the box, please? Thank you.
So Jose hanging on there.
Yep.
50 million chips in play.
Looks like we have an all-in on the outer table. Looks to be smoke.
Is this a three-way?
I think you're right.
I think it is a three-way all-in. Let's see who claps and who doesn't.
Thank you.
Smoke
And
looks
a-
happy.
A fist
Oh,
bump
that's not
there.
smoke.
No.
I thought it was smoke with his back turned to us. Who was that? Ace-5 of clubs for Ken. He's got the big blind next hand, and he's very short. We talked about old school versus new school earlier. New school says this is a shove 100% of the time. Old school lets it go. Nothing wrong with that. Just
Calls.
different style of poker. Queen Jack makes the call for Jose.
Heads up.
Jose's going to limp in with Queen Jack, and we got the small blind to fold. So Singh just
14 minutes, and then I'm taking all the pink or purple, whatever color that is. You guys
Jose
can sell
flops
them
his
all
queen.
over here for me.
Singh flops his 6.
That way I only have to sell that one person.
350's the bet.
John Clark. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. The guy with the back to us in table 12. Ben, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
150, sir.
Kelly confirms that.
Checks. Checks. $700,000. Calls.
Oh, Singh picking the wrong time there.
Make a stand, yeah.
Yep.
75. 75.
I think I overheard our most excellent floor manager, tournament director,
75 and a 75.
mention that in 15 minutes we're going to do some color up of the yellow chips.
I think he said the purple.
Or he said the purple.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry.
I don't know if they're going to take a break for that or if they're just going to kind of do them in between hands.
Not sure. We did.
Yeah. We just had a break, so
Yeah.
I believe the breaks are every 2 hours. Definitely hasn't been 2 hours since the last one, right?
No.
Jose with a much needed pot there. 3.5 million now. Not quite 5 million chip average.
Folds.
Average is going to be in the 4 somewhere, I think. But he's just under that now.
Folds.
See, Chris and Ken well below. Need to make something happen before these blinds get
Right.
too out of control for them.
Water.
King Jack for Singh, and he's going to raise this up in the small blind, take it down, and show the King Jack.
Yeah, King's
Out.
Singh's Singh is not afraid to show his hand. He's very friendly at the table.
Yeah. And as you can tell, no, Mr. Coffee, he's not wearing the shirt that indicates how many rebuys he did. He is a huge Rams fan.
I thought that was a pretty good joke, though.
It was a very good joke.
It was pretty good.
Yeah. But I'm going to tell on Mr. Coffee.
I appreciate that about Neil. Like, we have a lot of trolls. Neil is at least a thoughtful troll. You know, he puts some thought into the needles he puts out there.
And we are now down to 14 players. And we talked about this before. Just a call here with 4 players behind him.
Yeah, he just gave away 200,000.
200,000 because here comes Singh with pocket queens.
All in.
And Singh going all in.
Folds. Folds.
Quick fold there from Ken and Jose. So 600,000, and Singh just about making it back from where he was before he got into that hand with Jose.
Yeah. I think I'm good. Nice hand.
Uh-oh.
Looks like smoke is out.
And we have an all-in out there.
Confirm that that's John Clark with his back to us.
John Clark must have some chips because he is buying up the purples.
He's buying up the purples indeed.
Which is typically an indication of the table chip leader. Not always, but a lot of the time.
In the cutoff now, a suited king for Singh. Sorry, that wasn't meant to be a rhyme. But he's going to raise that up. 425,000, so a little better than 2x in the cutoff. Ken. That's 6 big blinds here. He's got to find something that he likes soon. And he's going to push all in with the ace 6 of hearts. And Singh just might be pot committed here.
Graphics are a little behind. Jose has folded. I believe we're back around to Singh. Nope, Rick still has cards. Queen Jack.
Suited.
In the muck. And Singh does let it
Singh.
go.
So the ground that he made up just in these last 2 hands just about gave it all back, this time going to Ken's way.
That's a huge
Ken's
pot
direction.
for Ken, yeah.
Yeah.
He pretty effectively doubles up without having to be at risk.
Sharon, it was such a pleasure to meet you. I sat down to start dealing at table 1. It's a blur to me. I think it was Friday, but anyway, one of the flights, and you introduced yourself. I really appreciate that. I can't tell you how much Brian and Nick and Dom and I, Adam, when somebody comes up and says, I've been watching the live stream, this is my first time here, nice to meet you. We get to put a face to a name, particularly when we've got someone that's as consistent on the chat board as somebody like Sharon. Pure delight. Pure delight. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Back to the action now. Chris. Going to push all in with ace 8.
All in?
Jose is all in as well. Jose has 3.14. If he can find he has the Cowboys. This Cowboys did not work out for him earlier. He's going to give him another shot. This will put Jose around $5 million. No, around 4 million. A little over 4. Would put Chris at 2.26.
Actually, I think this is Chris's
yeah, Chris's tournament life.
tournament
here.
life.
That's going to do it. 14th place for Chris.
Chris going to the cage to collect $350. Next price jump at 10th place will be $500. 13th, 12th, and 11th also going to receive $350. Nick and I will be here until we crown a champion. We probably, at some point, 25 minutes or so, I think we've got another break coming up. It's going to be a shorter one. We just did have our main dinner break. So every break going forward just going to be a 10-minute stretch of the legs. But we're not going anywhere. We're staying here. We will crown a champion. Been some great poker play so far. There's no reason to believe that it does not continue all the way.
I am super excited for this final table. It's very regular heavy. You know, a lot of these players are those same ones we see in our daily tournaments every week, week in and week out. Very excited for this one. Ace Queen of Spades, Ace Queen of Diamonds for Jose. He is all in for 4.4 million.
I fold.
Fold.
And Jose gets one through. He's going to profit 400,000 for that. Just under 5 million now.
Blinds out.
And he picks up the kings again.
Three times at this table.
550.
550,000 is the price he picks.
Not quite 3x. Blinds at 100, 200, and 100. Oh, look at the look from Alex.
Folds.
Not the first time he glared down at Jose like that. These guys have logged a number of hours playing against each other. No challengers, so he's going to take that down. And Jose now up over 5 million.
Blinds out.
And another all in here from Evil on the outer table.
No action from Jeff.
And no action there.
Wow, what a run of cards for Jose. Kings, ace, queen, kings, ace, queen.
Yeah.
Four hands.
And yet his heart rate hasn't gone over 60 beats a minute.
No,
remaining cool and calm.
He has to be loving this, though. He kind of has a reputation of not being believed. You know, people tend not to believe him. When he wakes up with hands, 4 hands in a row like this, players' antennas are going off.
Case in point, particularly, he did it, 3-4 times in a row, raises.
No, yeah, this is literally 4 in a row. It was
4 in a row.
Was kings, ace, queen, kings, ace, queen.
Good way to get paid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alex showing some restraint there. And another pot for Jose.
Yep, Jose went from about 3 million to 5.5 million in 4 hands. Only went to showdown once. A nice little half in orbit.
Yes, is correct.
TK. It almost looked like he was not giving his cards back each hand. But he just went on a real run good. Let's see if it keeps going. Now he's in the big blind. Steven in the cutoff, 10-4. Over and out, no thanks. Queens again for Singh. Talk about not giving cards back.
Raise.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Folds. Folds.
And this time, Jose does not have the goods. 10-3.
You know, ladies man today. I've been a ladies man.
Down to 13 players, 7 players out here in the main
We're
room.
gonna be big blind. This will be our last hand before break.
I guess.
And we do have a break coming up. We will be getting those purples off. This will be a 10-minute break, so please don't go anywhere. We'll take that break as soon as this hand is completed. $86 likes here. We need 14 more to get to 100.
Raise 850.
And I believe in a tournament like this, could easily, before we crown a champion, be at 200 likes. Tens now for Steve, and you can see the hand going to Singh's forehead, wondering what he's got left because he's looking down at pocket fours.
Folds. Folds.
Rick needs 650,000 here to protect his big blind with Queen 7 of diamonds.
Back up a little bit. Yeah.
The camera way.
There you go.
It's not often that Singh is told that he's too tall, so he's going to take that one.
Yeah, I think he.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned, we've got just a 10-minute break here. We're probably already a minute and a half, 2 minutes into it. So there you go. So please don't go anywhere. We're going to come right back. Nick and I are going to stretch our legs as well. We've got a lot to talk about tonight with the start of the Winter Series tomorrow. And we want to make sure that you understand all of the action that's coming your way so you can choose which tournaments you want to be in. In the meantime, you can go to thereservepoker.com and check that all out. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Be right back, folks.
Okay. Sounds like we're making our way back after this break. Get back to the action. 13 players remaining. Average stack close to 4 million, a total of 50 million chips in play. And you can see everybody keeping their eye on that first place of 6,310. And we've had some great action so far, Nick. Some real good poker play, I believe.
Absolutely. It hasn't been too tight, you know, which we kind of tend to see sometimes on these featured tables. People get nervous, but it's been a fairly active featured table all day.
So here we go. Back to the action. First hand after that break. Colored up all the purples.
Steven with King Jack, we've seen him do a lot of limping. See if that trend continues. Nope, he's going to raise this time. 650 to go.
Jose went on quite a run there just before the break. Suited queen. Rick, small blind, no thanks. Pocket fours for Alex. He needs 350,000 to defend his big blind. And he is going to make the call, so we're going to go heads up.
Classic race here. You can see the equity.
Took the words right out of my mouth. My goodness, what a race. And here comes the flop.
Race no longer. Alex now holds 70% of the equity after Steven does not pair his king or jack.
And a check there from Alex. Steve puts out that much, and a quick fold there from Alex. Very decisive bet there from Steven. Decisive in the fact that it fit into his hand. He didn't necessarily have an amount in his mind.
Surprised to see Alex didn't take any time to think about that.
Yeah,
mean,
I was surprised too.
Steven was the under-the-gun raiser. That flop is not good for an under-the-gun raiser's range at all, really. I'm surprised Alex didn't take some time to kind of work that one out.
Singh under the gun here with a weak ace. And he's going to call. And now a suited ace for Ken. Ace six of spades.
About 6 big lines for Ken.
Yeah, we haven't seen Ken call much, but he does this time.
Yeah.
Usually he's been pushing when he feels like he's got a decent hand. Not much there for Rick to look at. On the button, small blind now for Alex. He's going to complete. So,
here we go.
Four-handed. And quite a range of cards here right now. Let's see what this flop does for any of them.
Alex flops the top pair.
All in here from Alex.
Steven does catch a pair, but only his big blind is invested. Singh with ace high, Ken with ace high. Looks like this gets through for Alex. Yes, sir. Going to increase his chip stack. Almost 3 million now.
Almost 3 million with the average chip stack right at around 4.
So I went and talked to him while we were on break. We've got the two unknowns were John and Jim.
John and Jim. So Jim in seat 4 or seat 5 there.
The opposite.
John with his back to us.
Yep.
And then Jim. Okay. Got it. Thank you. KC checking in says Steve is one of my good buddies. But here's some free poker advice. When they bet super fast like that, they're usually bluffing and want to make you think they're super strong. I have to tell you, that was something I heard Daniel Negreanu say about 20 years ago. Typically, strength is weakness and weakness is strength. Alex now in position on the button is going to raise with King 9, make it 700,000. Singh now needs $400,000 to defend this big blind with 8-7 offsuit. Doing a quick inventory here, and he's going to let it go. So back-to-back pots here for Alex. George Snyder, thank you very much. Appreciate that comment.
Hey George, I wanted to let you know I really appreciated your Merry Christmas message there, man. It was nice waking up and reading that. It's good to hear from you, George. Hope we get to see you this week sometime.
Jack 10 of clubs, right in Jose's wheelhouse. Oh, but just a call.
Yeah,
Couple of clubs going in the muck there from Rick. And a Jack 9 suited for Alex in the cutoff. And there's a call.
So now we have 2 limps. That just really, really incentivizes Steven, Singh, and Ken here to squeeze.
All-Star, going to give you that update here in a second. In the meantime, another 4-handed pot. And here comes the flop.
Each one of those yellow chips, more than a starting stack for this tournament. Starting stack was 20,000. Jose flops open-ended here. Singh flops a pair, and Alex flops top pair. Action flop. Only one that didn't catch a piece was Ken. He's folded. Jose just snap folds the open-ender. Huh?
All in here from Alex, and you can see Singh not happy about that. So All-Star, this is our free roll. $30,000 prize pool guaranteed tournament. It had 3 flights to it, 1 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. We exceeded that. Our total prize pool right around $31,000. First prize $6,310. The min payout was $150 right now. 13th, 12th, and 11th place. And you can tell we're on a 15-minute delay because Nick, instead of being here in the booth, is right out there. But right now, 13th, 12th, and 11th will go to the cage to collect $350. Then it jumps at 10th place to $500. There were 4 double bag bonuses paid out at $200 apiece. And we started the day with 54 players today at 1 o'clock for the start of day 2.
$13 players. I must have lost somebody out there. Uh-oh, here we go. Ken's all in with ace 10. See if Jose wakes up with anything here.
Right now, he appears to be thinking about it. He did ask for the count.
Well, he's got 300 in already. And it is... Yeah, it's only 675 to call, but that's really down there. You don't want to have to look that up.
Ken staying alive now. Ken, when we started this feature table at around 2:45 today, he was the feature table chip leader. So he's been struggling to keep his head above water right now, but he's hanging in there.
Yeah, I only got to see him play 1 or 2 hands before they did the redraw, and he was sent to the outer table. And I don't think I've dealt to him before, so
Oh, I have. Ken? Yeah.
I mean, if I have, it doesn't stick out to me. So not often enough to...
Ken is one of those players, he has a passion for the game, but he really keeps his wits about him. Never really seen him get upset.
King 7 of hearts. Jose makes the call. Back to Rick on the big blind. Checks his options. So we got King 7 versus Queen 5. Jose has the lead by virtue of his overcard. Still has the lead. But Rick is going to bet, it looks like. And he's going to take it down.
Yeah, that aggression pays off for Rick, who continues to be the chip leader here at this feature table. We are down to two tables, and now down to 12 players. And I believe when we get to 11, I believe we'll do a hand for hand to see who makes it to the final table. We did a redraw at 27. And Kelly, thank you so much. Says we're doing a great job. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Kelly.
Unless she was talking about the players. She might have been talking about
probably
the players.
more likely than us. Looks like Tyler was the last elimination. So he will take home $350.
Try to get my senior discount, that's all. So Colby's, we try to do that shit. You can have a walk.
We'll walk it out.
Oh, interesting. Question about Big Slick Rick. He was in a cash game live stream not too long ago. I don't believe I saw him during this free roll.
Yeah, he was here.
Oh, was he?
was
Okay.
here, yep.
Took a shot at it, and I wouldn't be surprised we see Big Slick Rick at least a couple times this week for our 2025 Winter Series. First 3 days of the Winter Series, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 4 different events.
That's Rick Pugsley, right?
Rick Pugsley.
Yeah, he was here.
Big Slick Rick.
$700 from Rick on the button. 10-8 offsuit. He's finally going to play the position game. He's going to raise these blinds. He's going to make them pay to play. Steven has been calling with these kind of hands.
10% of his stack here to make the call.
Does not call this
Lets
time.
it go. Terry Dale, we couldn't agree with you more. We were just commenting about limping into these pots at this stage of the tournament and how expensive that can be if you keep doing that.
feel like
really got to really, when you pick your spots, and when you do, try to be aggressive about it. Point to center field and be in it to win.
I feel like we talk about that every tournament live stream, and it just keeps happening. Players have not, we've been open 4 years, we've been live streaming for 3, and we've talked about it every time. Players have still not picked up on that advice yet.
Kiwi Colleen, the last information we had about the OP is that he was doing significantly better, and there was a possibility we might see his son bring him down here from Michigan at some point during our winter series.
Jack 10 of hearts for Rick from the cutoff. Just a limp. Looks like he meant to raise.
Yeah,
at least.
yeah, he's kicking himself here. Singh checks his options, so we're going to go three-handed to the flop.
Silly boy.
Yes, Rick, silly boy is right. You really, with that small and big blind, you had an opportunity to at least 2.5x and take it down possibly. In the meantime,
well, it looks like he's going to maybe even win more, because Steven probably wouldn't have called from the small blind. Oh, I missed the Singh flop to queen.
Singh flop to queen, yeah. Oh, check the free card, and that could be Singh's undoing on this card, but it's a 4 of diamonds. Doesn't really change things. And all in here from Singh.
Yeah, that misclick definitely cost Rick. The weird thing is, even if he'd have put in 5 black chips, that wasn't enough for a raise either. So I'm not sure what he was trying to do, because 500 isn't a legal raise anyway.
Even though you're bluffing.
Even though you're bluffing, he says.
Yeah. Nice try to get some information out of Singh there. Singh sometimes will show.
Yeah, he normally, I would say 8 times out of 10 he does show, but he wants to keep him thinking this time.
Probably thinks to himself, if you think I'm bluffing, that's great.
Yep. 12 players remain, folks. 2 players away from our final table in this $30,000 guaranteed free roll.
Yeah, Superfood, Singh has been, not only he took the tournament down recently, one of our nightlies, but he's been running pretty well last month, I believe.
Good for him, man. With all he's got going on, good for him.
Yeah. Here comes a raise. Under the gun, ace-9 of diamonds. Jose makes it 700,000. Pocket fives, Rick coming along. Queen Jack of diamonds for Steve.
Would love a 3-bet here from Steven.
He's going to make a call. Singh gets his 9-6 out of the way, and an all-in here from Ken.
Too much money in there. He's got to take a shot.
He's got to take a shot, because not only can he double up, but he could probably triple up here.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a caller, it'll be 5 million chip pot.
One caller so far. Rick needs 575,000 to make this call. He's already in there for 700,000, but he's going to let it go.
You're putting your cards down. I can see it.
And now a decision here for Steve.
I'll tell you the card after these guys are done.
575 to call.
And I think once he sees Jose's ace-9 of diamonds, Steve's going to feel a little better about that.
King 3 versus ace 9. What a huge pot this would be for either player. Jose will be up there with the chip lead. If he can hold. And he does. Jose, 7.17 million.
And nice run there for Kent. He's going to go out in 12th place and go to the cage to collect $350. And now we are one player away from our final table.
We have an all-in out there.
And we got an all-in out there once again. And I think it's Caroline.
Sure looks to be. Looks like Ray's thinking about it. Lets it go.
I guess that means I can take a walk, right?
Caroline gets it through. Got 11 players. Let's find out if we're going hand for hand.
I decide if you walk or not, bro. Ooh.
Miles, good question. And about the Queen of Hearts, speaking of Queen of Hearts, there's Caroline, who last night got her name drawn just after Nick here, sitting next to me, had dealt her very first royal flush. She gets her very first royal flush in 30 years and then gets her name drawn for the Queen of Hearts with the chance to win over $17,000, but she drew the King of Hearts, so now there's about a dozen cards left in there. Still the Joker and still the Queen of Hearts, and it's going to be up over $18,000 this Saturday. Good question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man, it was really cool. I mean, I'm telling you, within minutes of hitting her first royal flush, her name is drawn for the Queen of Hearts. It just felt so meant to be.
11th place, taking $350, and 10th through 1st, as you can see now, scrolling along the bottom of the screen. As soon as we lose one more player, we'll be going to the final table, and then we do a redraw. So be prepared for that.
Jose with the ladies. 1.2 million chips. Rick with just King 3 of clubs. Wow, he makes the call. Told you earlier, Rick does not like folding his big blind.
No, he does not. He's got a 3 there in the window.
Just enough to get him in trouble. Wow. All in and a
All
call.
in and a call here from Rick. This could be a huge turn of
moly.
events. Jose was down to about 1.2 million.
He was down to 900. And now he's going to be well over 12 million.
Wow.
I think Rick's out of the tournament. Just like that, I think.
Quite possibly. Young Eric giving us the chip count here.
According to our numbers, Rick will be eliminated and will be at the final table.
And if
where
he's
Jose will have 13 million chips. Wow, all in a snap call from Rick with bottom pair. He did not believe Jose. And Rick is in shock over there. I would be.
Yeah. And Jose, few people here made reference to watch out for Jose when he gets chips. And that will be now our final table. This is going to take about 9 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen, for us to do this redraw and get everybody in their new seats and get their names and their chip counts right for our final table, $30,000 prize pool guarantee. Dare I say, free roll. Oh, my goodness.
Wild.
What a
Wild
great
stuff.
few days it's been so far, and it's not over yet.
No, we're just getting started.
Yeah. And all of this is the warm-up for our Winter Series, and the Winter Series kicking off tomorrow. And here's the
There it
graphics.
is.
You'll find this also on the reservepoker.com web page. Number 1, double green chip bounty, $10,000 prize pool guarantee, $160 buy-in. And this, ladies and gentlemen, will be live streamed tomorrow. We'll go to a feature table sometime around 8 o'clock, and that's where it really pays off for you to subscribe and hit that bell so that you get a notification when we go live. And then right after that, Tuesday, the tag team event. Yours truly, myself and Dom, will be in that event. Very excited about it. That those two events start at 5 p.m. But then on Wednesday, this guy to my right is going to be playing in the $500 buy-in free roll. I mean the freeze out, high roller freeze out. Sorry. And
we're going to start at 2 p.m. on
2
that
p.m.
one, guys.
2 p.m. Do you want to share any kind of strategy? Not necessarily that your strategy, but what kind of, you've got a player coming in who's done a lot of events here. Let's say they're a regular, and they finally decided they want to see what a freeze out at this level looks like. And typically they've been playing some of our weekly events and they've daily events. What would you tell them when they're first sitting down
for a freeze out?
Yeah,
I don't change my strategy too much. I'm just my strategy is always just to accumulate chips early, and I don't change my strategy too much for a freeze out.
Okay.
I'm not one to fire 8 or 9 bullets at a tournament. My tournament life's important to me regardless of the format. So I don't change too much up for a freeze out, really.
Yeah. I've got to side with you there, Nick. I'm the same kind of person. If I come into a tournament with a rebuy, typically I'm going to calculate 1, maybe 2 re-entries, but I do like freeze-outs very much, so more than likely I would approach it the same way. That's at 2 o'clock, and there are 2 tournaments that day. The second tournament starting at 5 p.m. is a real interesting one. This is a 8 max. It means there's 8 persons per table. No limit hold'em, and then PLO deep stack. This is a round by round. Round by round meaning that game will switch every 2 levels. And this is also a great value, great buy-in.
Yeah, I wish they weren't the same day as the high roller, because I would love to play this one as well. But
yeah. And all of this leads up to the main event, $100,000 prize pool guarantee. We have, if we had Dom sitting in your seat right now, he would be coming out with a very specific number, $142,856. But there's every reason to believe that we're going to crush this guarantee. $140 buy-in, $40,000 starting stack. There are 6 flights, and as we talked before, there's a multi-bag bonus. Give you an example. Play Thursday at 11 a.m. and you make the top 10%, and boom, you turn around and jump right into that day 1B Thursday 6 p.m. and you finish in the top 10% of that. Now you take a look at your 2 bags. You're going to start with the bigger amount, but you go to the cage, you're going to get $750 right now.
Yes, sir.
And you could keep doing that.
Keep doing it. That's right. We got 6 opportunities. That means you can get 5 of these $750 multi-bag bonuses and build yourself a huge stack for day 2. $100,000 guarantee should be $20,000 plus for the winner, folks, for $140. Dom's not here, but I'll say it for him.
Yes.
Absolute max value here
Yes.
at the reserve, folks.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if you have any questions about that, you see our number down below. Please note that all of these tournaments are open right now for registration. And so if you're coming in tomorrow to play in a tournament and you want to play in one of these flights, you can sign up for it now, anytime, or any one of these tournaments. The other thing, the open registration is for our Super Bowl party, our Super Bowl tournament, and that is always a lot of fun. But that one is limited to just 100 players because your buy-in includes a square in the $10,000 guarantee. First, a guarantee you're part of the $10,000 guaranteed tournament buy-in, but also there's $100 Super Bowl squares, and squares pay $1,500 per quarter plus $250 for squares touching. There's also dinner and soft drinks, and again, those big bold letters, limited to the first 100 players. If you're in the building, get here and make sure if you want to be a part of this on Sunday, February 9th, that you sign up for that. And I will say one more thing about this Super Bowl party, Nick. We have done this in the past. This is our 4th annual. And sometime at around 7 or 8 o'clock, we open the whole thing up beyond the 100 players to a cash game.
Games, yeah.
And we've had some really good cash games on Super Bowl Sunday.
I have played this tournament every year. Even last year, I had just started working here, but I was able to play. Sincerely hope I'm able to be one of these 100 players. We'll find out soon. Guys, this is my favorite tournament of the year. We have bigger tournaments. We have more expensive tournaments, but this one is just so fun with that game going on. Every 15, 20 minutes, you pull that square for up to $1,500 you can win. So much fun, guys. Don't miss this one.
Yeah, it's a Super Bowl party tournament, but it's definitely a party and a party atmosphere. Lots of fun. Be sure to include that. Put that on your calendar. But again, registration is open for this already. So if you are in the building and you want to sign up for this, you can do that as soon as possible. So we are doing a redraw now for the final table, top 10 players. Started out today with 54 players. 4 players of the 58 did a double bag. 575 total entries. We can see our most excellent floor manager, tournament director, Nick Clark, making sure that everybody gets in their seats.
Yeah, it looked like he's going to color up some of the yellow as well. Each one of those racks now worth, what is it, 2.5 million? Wow.
Question here from Emmanuel. To sign up for the Super Bowl party, do you have to pay in advance? Yes, you do. Good question, though. Thank you for asking that. Really appreciate it. And we are at 95 likes, so I know we can get to 100 real quickly. And given the turnout that I think we're going to get for this tournament, because there's a lot of players out there that have cheering sections out there, and they just before they got on, I'm sure they got on their phone and said, hey, Mom, Dad, cousins, neighbors, I'm about to get in the final table. And I think we can easily get to 150 likes. So
let's do it, folks.
If you haven't hit it yet, please do.
I want to mention real quick, one of the benefits to pre-registering for the Super Bowl tournaments is that when you register, you pick your square. So if you're superstitious, if you have a particular square you like for these type of things, get in early, pick your square.
Yeah. How many different Super Bowl squares do you get into? Do you have
quite a few?
Number of friends that run them, right? Okay. Yeah.
Yep, I've ran one every year for the past 4 or 5 years. We do that one for $100, and then I have a Facebook group for Lions fans I'm in. We always do a couple for there. So yeah, a lot.
And I imagine if the Lions make the Super Bowl, that square particularly is going to fill up pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, I would imagine.
A lot of enthusiasm there around the Lions.
It's going to be bittersweet if I have to work that tournament while my Lions are playing. That's going to be tough for me.
Yeah. So Dom has expressed the same concern.
I've been waiting, 35 years for this. It's going to be a tough one if I have to work.
And we will be live streaming the feature and final table for that, or at the very least the final table for that Super Bowl party. So poor Dom's going to have a tough decision to make.
Yeah, I got to talk to Marissa about that.
That's going to be called Blue Flu because he's going to be calling in sick.
Yeah, I got to talk to Marissa about that soon because I can't be working if the Lions make. I can't do it.
Congratulations, everyone making the unofficial final table.
Unofficial?
Man-handed is final table.
Patch ruining everyone. Just raining on the parade for everybody, Patch.
Gray says, predict Jose in a heater. Well, Jose has gone on a heater. He was below 1 million And now look at this, 12,800,000. The nearest player to him is Jeff Wilkie with 6.275. Ray, 4.35 million.
People are going to be talking about that hand for some time to come, because that one, people are going to be talking about that one for a while.
The last one that Jose was just in? Yeah.
Someone said it in the chat. Rick Stack, I mean, from an ICM perspective, he's second in chips. No, he would have been first in chips prior to the hand, right? So 50 million in play. He had about 10% of them, more than 10% of them. And his stack's worth a few $1,000 from an ICM standpoint. People are going to be talking about that one for a while. Jeff here with King 7 from the small blind. Ray had raised it up to 1.2 million.
And Ray's going to take down the first hand of this final table. King 8 of diamonds. We got Patch in the box, and there are the payouts scrolling down there on the bottom of your screen.
6,300.
Marty Ball got the 100th like. Woohoo, Marty.
Marty.
And I believe we're going to see Marty this week.
Oh, I would imagine so, yep.
Yep.
I'm out there listening to Dr. Dre up there. I've been sitting with no talkers the whole time.
Are you crazy? I'm looking like going, is this rough or what? How we're getting in his head right there. Nobody's saying nothing. He's just like, this, I can't take it.
Take it.
7 of hearts, first front card, everybody 7 of hearts. My apologies.
You better apologize, Patch. I don't know why I'm so hard on Patch.
Oh, I know.
You know what's funny? I was really hard on his son Ethan. Came and dealt for us this weekend. I gave him the business all weekend, but he was good about it. He started giving it back, towards the end. He stood up a little bit.
Good for him.
Yeah. I meant to do that and I forgot. I saw them chips come out.
So the blind's at 200, 400 with a $200,000 ante, so we start off right away with 800,000 in the pot, and Alex is going to limp in here with ace 9. No, take that back. He raised it up to 750,000.
Can't be 750.
No, it can't be. So what are we hearing?
It sounds like a thief to me. Doesn't have to be double. He just put chips in the middle and hope he gets them back.
Yeah, it's got to be 800,000.
Yeah, it has to be 800,000. Good catch.
That's what was getting me stuck. Thank you.
I thought it was 300 for a minute. I was easier to get. I'm all in.
Jeff Wilkie, all in. With 7s. All in for Alex to call with his ace 9. Got to imagine Alex lets this go. He does.
I was hoping one of you guys would. It looked odd if I said, "Hey, that's not enough," when I'm gonna raise. So I was hoping someone would. That would work out to me.
So you gonna give me tips for that, or
Make it a little. I feel like.
Are you going to give me chips for that?
I feel like I'm giving you plenty.
Marty Ball says she's picking Jeff for the win. Jeff, no stranger to holding a trophy here at the reserve. Same with Ray Brent, Jose, Singh, Evil.
Yeah, I mean a lot of final table experience in this room.
and a lot of short-handed experience. So we'll be talking about that when we get to 6 or 5 players. And I got to believe just about everyone at this table has that experience to play short-handed as well, besides the final table. And it becomes a different game here at that point. Average chip stack now, $500,000. Just to give you, excuse me, 5 million. I had a decimal point off again. Just to give you a perspective of where folks' stacks are at.
So we got a call here.
Got a call. Pocket tens versus ace 8. This is evils. Tournament life at stake. Oh, and an ace. So now 2 tens left in the deck.
Doesn't find it.
No. So evil gets a double up here, and now he gets to that 5 million mark.
Yeah, I mean, only, I guess, wow, more than, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players below the average. Jose just makes up for, he accounts for so many of the chips.
Got Colonel says he'll never bet against Ray when he makes the final table. And then we've got Brian asking if Jose and Alex are brothers. I'm going to tell you a funny story here about that in a minute. But Kelly Brown says, let's go, Jonathan.
Jose and Alex, huh? I don't see it.
So I've known Alex for 20 years, I think. And he's really a very, very good friend of the family. And Alex, of course, he's half Mexican, right? His I know I worked with his mother at General Mills. And so the other day was dealing to him, and it looks like we've got a reboot here. And stay with us, folks. We've got a reboot coming in 15 minutes. But Alex and I was dealing to Alex the other night, and Maria comes in to sell burritos, and so I look at Alex real quick. I know him well enough to throw him $20 because I'm dealing. I can't do. He said, "What's this for?" And I said, "Well, get me one of the burritos." He said, "Okay." So Maria, you know, she has broken English, and so anyway, he gives her the tip that he knew that I was going to give her anyway, and we get our burrito, and Maria waves, and I wanted to say, be careful, because that was Friday night. That was when that weather was coming.
You're right.
So I turned to Alex, and I said, how do you say be careful in Spanish? And he said, I don't know. I said, wait a minute. I've known you for almost 20 years, and I know your background. I assumed you knew Spanish. He says, no, I've just been fooling people all this time. It was pretty funny. So no.
That is funny. No,
yeah.
I hear him say... I guess I hear him say Spanish words all the time.
He does.
Individual words,
but yeah. So anyway, quick funny story.
Yeah,
and that's
funny,
kind of the fun we have here at the Reserve. We've coined the phrase some time ago about this is a professional poker room with that home game feel.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's what I really love about this final table. We'll be getting back to it here in 13 minutes after this reboot. But you take a look at this final table, and you're going to get a real feel for the camaraderie that happens, and and the different levels of play that you experience, and the competitiveness. And this is just a great example of the Reserve tonight at this final table.
Competitiveness for sure, but we're also playing for $6,000, a lot of money to anybody, but I'd wager that we're still going to see a lot of talk and a lot of banter back and forth that we typically don't see, just because all these players know each other so well. They're such a tight-knit community here, and they just happen to all make the final table today, you know, so it should be a fun one.
So again, a reboot going on, just something, a glitch in our system, and we will come back in full strength. I am going to stretch my legs real quickly, and when we come back, we'll talk some more about what we've got planned for this week for this month, and then right around the corner we're doing an expansion, and that is supposed to happen on March 1st. And I got to tell you, you got to keep your eyes and ears open for what we've got planned in that new facility. It's going to be fantastic.
Cannot wait.
Yeah. So please don't go anywhere, and if you do, come back in 12 minutes and join us, because we're going to be here, Nick and I, until we crown a champion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks
See
so
you
much.
real soon.
Give us 10 minutes, guys.
Well, I think our mics are live and we're
Yeah, it
on
sounds
TV.
like it.
Yeah.
Minute and a half.
Minute and a half, ladies and gentlemen, and we are at the final table. We just had to do a quick reboot here for 15 minutes. We're going to get back to the action. This is the $30,000 prize. $30,000 prize pool guarantee for a free roll, and we did exceed that guarantee, 31,000.
What a kickoff event!
575 players entries into this. We started the day at 1 o'clock with 54 players. There were 4 double bag players. So really there was 58 people that would have been a restart,
Right.
but with the 4 double bags.
Is this the biggest free roll we've ever had? Do I remember? Do we have a 50K free roll, or am I crazy?
No, this I believe
Biggest
this is the biggest one, the biggest free roll we've ever had, and what a free roll it was.
Yeah,
man.
just what a way to kick off our winter series.
Right. And myself, Vic here with Nick, Tarantula Nick.
We're gonna be here till we find a winner, folks.
Yeah. We'll give you updates because I'm playing with Dom Tuesday night in the team, and Nick's playing Wednesday at 2 o'clock in that freeze out.
Oh my!
Glad you guys get to play the teammate. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's such a busy day for us. I thought everyone would have to be here. It's awesome. You guys have the chance to play.
What's the damage on 1.275.
Looks like Evil got a double up.
And
Or Ray, C1.
Oh, you flop a set and you trips and you think you're good.
Did that make the last stream or no?
I believe Singh took 9th place going to the
Singh
cage.
got 10th.
Apparently we're good.
What was that?
Singh got 10th.
Singh took 10th. Okay, yes.
We were allowed to have fun for that one.
Singh took 10th place and collecting $500.
So we are
For
down
his-
to 9.
We're down to 9, coming back from our 15-minute reboot. And we've got Adam, a.k.a. the Professor, in the box, slinging the cards. And now we are back to the action. Thank you very much, everybody, for staying with us and for coming back to join us. And I see we've got Cooking with Otis. Hey, Otis, thanks for joining us.
Good to hear from you, Otis. Hope to see you this week, buddy.
We've got Shaylin, hope I'm saying that right, says, let's go evil. And Anthony, let's go evil.
Evil's got a cheering section. All right. James, I just want to make sure you know we're still on camera up here.
And we've got an all-in here with 7s for Carey. Over to Jonathan now with an ace. And he is going to make the call. So here comes Carey's tournament life at stake. 7s against ace 6. And here's the thing. If we lose Carey, it's going to get awfully quiet in there.
Yeah.
Oh, and an ace right in the window. And now
Draw to a chop now. Oh, she has a 6. No chop. Ace makes the river. That is going to do it for Carey. She's going to go out in 9th place, collect $650.
$650.
I'm going to send a text to James.
There we go.
There it is. I get a little self-conscious when I'm on camera for too long.
Payout scrolling along the bottom there. And as we mentioned, Singh, 10th place, Carey, 9th place. So now we are down to 8. And Jose started the final table with 12 million. There are 50 million chips in play. It looks like Evil improved his situation while we were on that.
Yeah, he's almost
reboot.
caught up with them, huh?
Yeah. And Steven now and Jim, really the only two
Shorter stacks
of
yeah.
concerned stacks. Blinds at 300, 600 with a $300,000 ante.
Well, Alex needs some help too.
Yes, he does.
I mean, really everyone's very short stacked. It's 300, 600 blinds. So the only ones with more than 10 big blinds are Evil, Jeff, and Jose. Jonathan makes the call from the small blind with Queen 5. Jose checks his option with Queen 9. And they both flop their queen. This could smell trouble for Jonathan. Does have some chop outs.
Jonathan betting into the chip leader here. And a smooth call here from Jose.
Check. 600.
And a bet of 600 and a smooth call there from Jonathan. Oh, and Jonathan catches up a 5 on the river.
1.5. Call.
And he is going to get paid off here. And a very big pot for Jonathan. And I know Jonathan's got a cheering section out there as he now becomes second in chips to Evil. And Jose
drops down to third with that.
Within less than a half an
5 on the
hour.
river.
Yeah. Goes from 12 million to 7.8 million.
You know, that seems like a huge swing, but it's only, you know, it's less than 5 or less than a 10 big blind swing.
Otis, yes. Dom and I came up with a team name, and we are going to be the odds couple. Not the odd couple, but the odds couple.
No, we're back. We're just going for a couple minutes. That 1 or 2. Yep.
Not sure if I showed you that list, Nick, but the other night we were asking for suggestions. Wound up filling a whole page from
No,
the
I didn't
chat
see
board
that. Yeah, I didn't.
of ideas.
I would like to see that.
Yeah, actually, I think I still have it in my pocket someplace. It was fun.
Jonathan looks like he wants to raise his button with ace deuce.
Raised to 1.2.
1.2 is the bet. Takes it down.
2 live cards.
I'm sorry, man. I was just in position.
Just say you're sorry.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
This seat sucks.
Jonathan takes the chip lead with that pot, actually.
Alan H says, as in the odds are against you for cashing. We'll see. Dom and I have been eating our Wheaties and taking our vitamin C.
Well, Kyle, if he said it, it must be true. Jim picks up 10s.
Good timing, because he could
5
use a pot
bigs,
right
yeah.
now.
Raised to 1.2.
Just a min raise. Elects not to go all in with his 5 blinds.
You hear the bell in the background mean the blinds are going up next hand.
Wonder what they'll be. 4 and 8. 350 and 7.
Alex really hoping he's got a hand. Let's see if this is what he's looking for. It is the Nemesis, and he is down below 3 million.
It's 2 overs. It would be a race.
He's already invested $600,000 into this. And he lets it go.
Wowzers.
Jim taking down the small and the big and the ante, which is no small feat here.
No, sir.
At this level.
Nick said he's doing the commentary. He's doing it from out there.
He must be on break.
This is what Vic back there? Victoria.
Yes.
Hey, Vic. What up, Victor?
Ray says he thought I was commentating, but he saw me out on the main floor.
Yeah.
So the players must not have known about the reboot. They must have thought they were on camera that whole time. Jeff Wilkie is all in.
Ace Jack.
4 million.
He does that with $4 million.
Jose.
Jose.
Deuces.
Yep. Now over to Ray. He's going to let that go. So uncontested. Jeff now 5.6 million.
Just to show you how far we've come, each one of those yellow chips was more than a starting stack for this tournament. Each one of those blue chips are worth 500,000. 20 starting stacks for each one of those blue chips.
Should be 5.6.
Yeah, 4 bigs.
5.6.
Ray does have an ace. Not good enough.
So 2 in a row there for Jeff.
Man, Kyle's even blaming the dealers in the chat box.
Who is?
Kyle.
Oh. Steve Johnson checking in. Steve did a fantastic job for our dealers tournament just a week ago. Had so much fun, and we had Kevin Wall and Scuba Steve and Mike Flynn sharing duties here in the booth. So much fun. In the meantime, Carrie on her way home checking in, saying she had the best time. Dealers and players are awesome. So much fun, Carrie. Thank you so much, and as always, a great pleasure. And I know we're going to see you this week.
Well, it's not fun for us, Kyle, when you blame us. I promise, it's not fun for us. Jose is all in here.
Got pocket 4s, and a 4 goes into the muck, and no challengers. So he's going to take that down. You know, there are 2 types of poker players. I don't know if you knew this, Nick.
I thought about asking you to give that quote a minute ago. Yeah,
there are 2 types of poker players. There are those who blame the dealer and those that don't.
Which do you want to be, Kyle? You're still young. It's plenty of time to change your ways.
Run, Forrest. Run, Alex. Don't want to miss out. Not at this level. You can't afford to miss a hand, particularly when you're at 2.3 million and the blinds are at 400,000, 800,000 with a $400,000 ante.
No, you do not want to miss a hand at this point. I don't mind missing a few hands. You know, in the early, even middle stages of a
Yeah.
tournament, but towards the end, each hand is just so valuable.
Yeah. Things can just turn quickly.
It does trade 24/7. That's the downside.
Yeah, the graphics get caught up here for a second, but I believe Jose has gone all in, and he's second time in a row
What's that like? What's that right now?
going to be able to take down the small, the big.
Terry, that is the only reason that he gets away with it, buddy.
Yeah, I understand that. But the highest we got was 107,000. It dropped down to 90.
No, not Bitcoin. Not Bitcoin.
What?
Meme coins. There's like there's crypto.
Okay.
But it's gamble. It's not like Bitcoin.
Yes, Kyle, it is the final table. We are down to 8 players. What is it? 800 for the next?
So 10th place paid 500, which went to Singh, and 650 to Carey in 9th place, and the next player out goes to the cage to collect 800, and then it jumps to 1,000 for 7th place. They're all looking to pick up that. Everybody wants that first place money, $6,310.
Steven is all in here with ace queen. Ray is thinking about it. Ray makes the call. Uh-oh. Jeff has a decision too. Wow, Jeff is all in. Jonathan has to get out of the way. Ray's already committed a decent chunk of his stack here.
He would have been best to smash that. Oh, it's on me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's too much in there. I call.
Yep.
Yeah, Ray calls. All right, I'm good.
So we've got a three-way all in here. Jeff does have the other two covered. Could see two eliminations here. Jeff has ace king, Steven with ace queen, Ray with queen jack. You heard what Ray said. Just too much money in there.
Adam's going to get this pot right. See what we've got for a side pot. Ace king, ace queen, queen jack. All in moments here for Ray and for Steven. And Jeff with an opportunity
Jeff will have 14 million if he can hold here.
to take out two players, and if this was tomorrow night, he'd be picking up two bounties. All eyes. Here it comes.
Clean flop.
Ace king still in the lead.
Spade. No one holds a spade.
No one holds a spade.
Jeff gonna
And
eliminate
Jeff.
two players here.
Wow. Big hand, big pot here for Jeff. Two players going to the cage. It's going to be Steven, based on the chip count, is going to take 8th place, and Ray Brent in 7th place to collect 1,000. And the next person out going to the cage to pick up 1,275. And then there were 6. And Jeff now becomes a commanding chip leader here with 14 million.
Not quite double the next person, but pretty close.
And Jana Wilkie. Jana coming on to the chat, rooting on Jeff.
Is that a wife, daughter?
It's his wife. And I have to do a shout out, Jana. every year that we've done this Toys for Tots program, the Wilkies have been so generous, and we really appreciate that very much. Also very generous are the Wilkies when we come time to do the Salute to Service, which we'll be doing again this July. So, Jana, thank you, as always.
Jeff is always very generous towards the dealers as well. Do appreciate all of that, guys. I didn't know that about the Toys for Tots and the.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Not surprised. Great person. I don't know.
They don't want it.
Miss Wilkie,
The reason I said I'm sorry is because they really don't want any fanfare for it, and so
then,
you know they. But I just can't help myself. They're just always so generous.
We appreciate Jana. We appreciate you letting Jeff spend time here.
That was the next thing I was going to thank her for.
We appreciate you sharing him with us because we sure do enjoy having him here with us.
It was a pretty nitty. I made a nitty for anyone else that did.
Looks like we've picked up some more viewers. Just to remind you, this is the final table. We are down to 6 players, $30,000 prize pool guarantee, free roll. 3 flights, 1 Friday, 2 yesterday, the top 10%. Moving on to today, we started at 1 o'clock today with 54 players. Top prize, $6,310.
He's queen for Jim. Wow. What is...
We just saw him do this with
Yeah.
10s. Evil, a suited ace.
He had significantly more blinds when he did it with 10s. Now
That's correct. Yeah.
I guess as long as he's committed to calling a shove regardless of a flop, I guess I can be okay with it.
Jose now is going to push all in with ace-king. And this is going to be Jim's all in to make this call. And to Terry Dale's point, not sure what he's waiting for, but he doesn't. He goes ahead and makes the call. $6 million in the pot. Yeah, got him covered by a little bit.
Yeah, I think Jim has $3 million exactly, if the numbers on the screen are correct. Ten, 7, 4. 4 on the turn. 7 on the river. Well, we're gonna chop this up.
Oh boy.
All right, dodged a bullet on that one.
Yes, Jim. Jim says I dodged a bullet on that one. Absolutely. One of the few times you're happy to see a chop.
Yeah, absolutely. Jose's been on the bad end of a couple of those at this final or the feature table at least.
I'm gonna keep dealing, and we're gonna have enough all-ins here, I think, or we're gonna figure it out.
I understand what's happening now. We're having a problem with the chip counts.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Normally we would pause and get these chip counts, but Adam, you heard Adam say
Yeah.
it. There's going to be enough all-ins where we'll be able to track that amount.
And make the corrections.
And make those corrections, yep. Jose, ace queen.
Just one
Rumble, grumble, rumble, grumble. From Alex. Not much you can do about it, buddy. And Jose, what a roller coaster ride, as it usually is
yes.
for Jose, his style of play.
Yeah, he should have a strong stomach for roller coasters by now.
I was just going to say, I very seldom see him get seasick or airsick or motion sickness. He seems to thrive on the action.
Yeah, I would say it's not just used to it. He thrives on it, absolutely. Yeah. He says you should see the swing at the craps table. You know, think the swings are bad in poker. Ace 9 for Jonathan. Jim is in the small blind. Has a lot of his chips in the pot already. He is content to let the button pass him and see some free hands, I guess. He has less than 3 big blinds. Jack 10 is 2 pair for Jonathan. I guess after seeing the board, it's a good fold.
Hindsight. Yeah. Hindsight's always 20/20.
Check. 4.5 million.
It was kind of brilliant in a way because you did the incomplete raise. Like you didn't even make it the full raise. You had to put in a little extra.
All right, good luck, everybody. Thanks for coming in.
For some ideas all day.
And we got a dealer change coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. If you're just joining us, we are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. We're at 117 likes. Nick and I are confident before we crown a champion, we'll get to at least 150. And we need your help, and we appreciate your help. So if you could please hit that thumbs up button.
Yeah, I always like to remind people, if you're watching on your phone, you do need to back out of the chat real quick. Hit that X in the top right corner of the chat box. Then you'll see that thumbs up right below the action. I don't know how else to describe it. Right below the screen.
The screen, yeah.
Just hit that thumbs up. Come right back to the chat. Helps the channel out a ton.
Now, this might be the one for Alex.
It's so tough because you have that super short stack behind you, but I think he's got to go with it. From an ICM standpoint, you really hate to bust when there's a short stack behind you, but if you wait around too long, you don't give yourself any chance at winning the tournament.
And 6-4 of spades, from my experience, is not in Jeff's wheelhouse. However, he is the chip leader.
The exact same hand that got me into trouble in the big blind last time.
So he lets it go.
Significant pot for Alex, 1.6 million.
Gary says Jose is her nemesis. I've told him that of all the players, he intimidates me the most. He's deadly.
You are not alone in that thought, Kerry. He makes a lot of people. That's his play style. He likes people to be on edge, to be. I don't want to say scared, but nervous to enter pots with them.
Hey, Ryan Hill appreciates your explanation of that. Says it got us another like.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
YouTube needs to fix that. You shouldn't have to back out of the chat in order to like the stream.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It seems counterintuitive because you want people to participate in the chat and you want people to thumbs up. So it's, I don't know. I don't like that that function.
In position on the button, Jack 10. Evil's going to push all in. Jonathan makes the call, and the bell in the background means that the next hand, the blinds will be going up. Time flies when you're having fun. It also gets more expensive.
Yeah, I think we'll be at 500 and a million. Queen Jack versus Jack 10. Oh, he finds his 10, but open-ended for Jonathan.
Another 10.
queen just to kind of rub it in there. Evil's going to get the double.
One's up to 500 and a million.
500 and a million.
You were in the big.
So 500 and a million.
So Jim has 2 free hands here. He's got to find a way to get it all in before that. Nine six is not it for him. Evil with 6.7 big blinds. He just went all in with Jack 10. He's going to do the same with Queen 10. Jeff behind him with an ace.
Pretty weak ace, though.
Yeah.
Granted, it is 6-handed.
He did just see him go all in with Jack 10, though. And he, you know, if Jack 10 is in his range, I think Jeff has to call with any ace. He disagrees. It's all right. Jonathan now with Jack 5.
Jose makes the
Jose
call.
calls him up, looks him up.
Ace Jack of hearts.
Live cards for Evil.
And a jack right in the window.
Same amount of outs. Queen or a 9 now. No good.
No, and Evil. Nice run. Let's see.
Actually picked up more outs.
Got to double check. We
Yeah, it's
mentioned
close.
earlier that the chip counts might be slightly off, so just a quick check here from young Patrick.
Uh-oh.
How you doing?
Got worried. A reset here would be unfortunate. So it looks like Evil is hanging on.
In the main room tonight, we did have the regular Sunday Fun Day, the C-Note tournament, and a really good turnout for that. We had 50 entries.
That is a good turnout.
Yeah, it was a really good turnout. So prize pool up over 4,000.
At the team event, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And when we came in here, they were down to the final 2 tables.
Usually I do play with those.
We'll be doing the same thing next Sunday when we're on here going live for the day 2 of the $100,000 prize pool guarantee main event. We will also still have the Sunday Fun Day tournament at 2 o'clock, $100 buy-in.
Evil is all in again. Queen 7 this time. He's got 650 left. Jim is going to be all in blind next hand. I think I would have waited if I was Evil.
Oh, okay.
But I don't blame him either.
Yeah, 1 million.
Well, we've got
Always here, yeah.
all in, and there's a side pot to be had for 3 players.
Check, check.
Jonathan in commanding shape here.
1.5. Oh.
You got nothing. You got nothing.
I know he knows. Then do it quick.
I didn't want to match you up, but I gotta try to.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I shouldn't. Wait, it was 3 to 1.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's going to be it.
Because if anybody else.
This time, that's going to be it for Evil.
This time I mean it. Try it.
Yeah, this time. Going to the cage to collect $1,275
Not a bad weekend.
for a free roll.
Absolutely.
All right, for a free free tournament, we're starting to get into some real money.
Very good point, Jeff,
Yes,
because
sir.
now the jumps are a little bit more significant. As you can see, that fifth place is going to be $1,600 and then $2,000 for fourth, third place $2,650, second place $4,000, and the top prize today. And we're going to be here to see who takes it down, $6,310.
See, I almost believe that.
I went down hard after I completed. Very solid.
You know, you've only got a little bit left here, Jim.
Yeah, and he'll be all in blind next hand if he folds. He just can't fold this hand. Jim, you just can't, buddy. I know it sucks to be all in with King 6, but there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good hand, bro.
King high is better than just a random hand. You know what I mean? I'd much rather be all in with this than take my chance on a random high end next time. There it is. King. Oh, and an ace, though. Oh, and a 6.
And a 6. Now Jose looking for outs.
Queen or 10.
And he just got more outs.
Jack. Nope. Jim's going to double up.
And he hangs in there. Hanging in there. Dom DeSano joining us on the chat. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Dom and I will be here tomorrow night. We will live stream a feature and then final table of the Bounty Tournament. Expect us to come on sometime around 8 p.m., 8 to 8:30, just to give you a ballpark. There again, it helps if you have subscribed and hit that bell. Then you know you'll get a notification when we're coming on. But one way or the other, we will be live streaming tomorrow night. The next live stream after that will be Thursday, when we do just a few hours of the second of 6 flights for the main event.
2.5 million from Jonathan with ace 10.
2.5x under the gun.
Alex is all in with the 8s. Oh, Jim. Jonathan already invested 2.5. Oh, Jeff's got a hand too, huh?
He must. He's thinking about it. But he lets it go.
There's an extra million in the pot now. Jonathan, yeah, has to call, yep. So, if Jonathan can find a 10, we could be facing a double elimination yet again. He is the severe underdog here, but
Young Patrick making sure this pot is right and the side pot is correct, and gives us this great view of the ace king versus ace 10 versus 8s. And again, as Nick mentioned, if he hits a 10 and holds on, Jonathan will eliminate 2 players.
He would be the hero of the table.
Saying no 8.
Oh, there it is. 2 of them.
Oh my goodness.
That's it.
And that will be it. And Jim will go to the cage to collect $1,600, and Alex to collect $2,000.
I think the opposite.
Is it the opposite?
I believe
Who
so.
was Chip?
I believe Jim actually had Alex covered.
Oh, he did? Okay, so switch that around. Thank you. I had the math different. Great run, Alex and Jim. And then just like that, there are 3 players left.
12. I have a little over 12.
Maybe like 4,500.
James, if you could use the walkie, ask for the trophy. We'd like to have that at the table, heads up.
Small blind, big blind. All right. If we're gonna do it, I don't want to keep playing for a long time.
What's that?
If we're gonna chop, I wanted to either do it now or
Say it
not.
again.
We'll do it now.
Can I see it again?
Three-way chop?
Three-way chop?
We
Uh-oh.
gotta play it out though.
No.
There's no play. I'll chop boys on this tournament. It's,
Yep.
you guys have to figure out who gets the trophy.
All right, whoever wins this hand.
Yeah, you guys can't
Yes,
talk about it
trophy.
on stream. Hold on.
Oh, my bad.
I don't want to do it.
Go
Chop
ahead.
or someone. Or the
Jonathan has twice the chips. Looks like they're discussing a chop here. I don't typically like to talk about this, but they kind of announced it already.
Yeah, they did to kind of
Yeah.
let that out. In the meantime, we will talk about what's starting tomorrow, 2025 Winter Series Double Green Chip Bounty, and we will be live streaming that. Join us around 8:30 for a feature final table. But what a great value, $160 buy-in. You take 3 people out, you're going to collect $150 in bounties, and then you're free rolling. Speaking of free roll, that starts at 5 p.m. and then the tag team event we've been talking so much about, Dom and I will be a part of that, starting at 5 o'clock. And if you are a tag team member and you want to do some jawing beforehand, join us over at the Olive Garden at 3:15. We will be there loading up on the soup, salad. What is the unlimited? What Dom just loves that place. And
I'm
then
sure
the high
Don will be
roller freeze out.
loading up on some brown water too.
Yeah. And high roller freeze out. And we like to point out, which is just so fantastic about this series, the first 3 days we've got $50,000 guaranteed.
Guaranteed, yeah.
And we're just coming out of 30,000. If my math's right, that's 80,000. And then we lead right into a $100,000 prize pool guarantee.
Yes, sir.
So the reserve is the place to be, particularly a lot of players out there, PLO players, they love that round by round, and that's going to be Wednesday at 5 p.m.
Yep, don't miss the high roller at 2, folks.
Yeah, we got
100 players.
We got to build up your pot, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Nick's going to be in that high roller, as is the Wizard.
Smell it last longer bet coming on. I don't know.
And then, so I'm getting some information here. We are going to have a showdown hand for these final 3 players. There's a trophy at stake, and so and bragging rights of first place. They did agree to a 3-way chop. And while we've got this graphic up here, I just want to remind everybody that a little tear in my eye here as I realize that this is going to be the last big series in our current location. We've been here almost 4 years, and we are expanding, and it is going to get super, super exciting here around the reserve. And target date of March 1st. And the Winter Series, please go to thereservepoker.com, and you'll be able to pick up all of this information. And just to let you know, for instance, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, where that flight is at 11 a.m., we will be opening the doors at 10 a.m. However, if you can get in here before that, registration is already open on all of these events. The Winter Series pre-games or pre-matches, and then the Winter Series main event, as well as we have open the registration for our Super Bowl party, and that is always a lot of fun, and it's limited to 100 players. $260 buy-in gets you into a $10,000 prize pool guaranteed tournament. It gets you a square on a $100 square for the Super Bowl, and that graphic is also on there. But make sure that you get signed up for that, because you don't want to be left out. It's a great event. The Super Bowl party is our 4th annual. All right, here comes the showdown hand. They have agreed to a 3-way chop, and here we're going to see who takes down the trophy and bragging rights for first place.
Yeah, Jonathan's got 21 million. I am just.
And it's
not
just a
fan of
showdown
this.
here. They get their cards. They roll them over. Can't see Jeff's hand. Let's get that over there. Thank you. And right now is
So
the queen.
Jose looking for an 8. That's it. All right. Feel like this was justice. Jonathan had all the chips.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 So it landed where it ought to be.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, we want to thank everybody for joining us, Nick.
Hey man, that was fun. I had a good time.
It was a lot of fun. It was a great final table. We want to thank everybody that hit the like button, everybody that contributed to the chat, and everybody that also subscribe. You are why we are here, and we will continue to be here. So we appreciate you so very, very much. And as always, everybody, please be safe.
Take care, guys. Thank you.